Good evening, councillors, staff, ladies and gentlemen. I invite you to bow your head in prayer. Almighty God, we ask you to guide us in all our discussions, to show goodness, honesty, understanding, and wisdom in all that we undertake for the benefit of the city of Joondalup and our residents. Amen. Thank you. Please be seated. Nala Kadich, Wajak Mort, Kayan Kadak Nijabuja. We acknowledge Noongar people as the original custodians of this land. Good evening, councillor, staff, ladies and gentlemen. I declare this council meeting open at 6:31 p.m. In accordance with the recording and live streaming of council meetings, council policy, this meeting will be video recorded and live streamed on the city's website, with the exception of confidential items and periods of adjournment as determined by the presiding member. Cameras have been positioned in such a way as to avoid members of the public. However, by being present at this meeting, members of the public consent to the possibility that their image may be live streamed to the public. Recordings will also be made available on the city's website following the meeting. The official record of the meeting will be the written minutes kept in accordance with the Local Government Act 1995 and any relevant regulations. Members of the public gallery are reminded it is a requirement under the Meeting Procedures Local Law 2013 to act in a courteous and respectful manner when in the council chamber. You are asked to show respect to anyone who is exercising their right to ask questions of the council and/or deliver public statements. I ask that respect extend to such people whenever they are on city premises while waiting for or having taken their opportunity to ask questions or deliver a statement. Under the local law, a person must not create a disturbance by interrupting or interfering with the orderly conduct of proceedings. This includes expressing approval of or dissent by conversing or by any other means. Using personal electronic recording devices to record anyone or the meeting is also prohibited under the city's local law. I would also like to remind members of the public to show proper respect to the city's elected members and staff during these proceedings. The next item of business is declarations of interest. I have a number of which have been declared before the council meeting, which I'll read out. The first is for myself, and that's for item 1210, which is the minutes of the AGM. It's an interest that may affect impartiality, as I'm a member of the Friends of Yellowgonga, and my sister is the secretary, and the Friends of Yellowgonga manages the Fox abatement grant. I have a further declaration of interest for Councillor Fishwick, which is for item 1210. Councillor Fishwick is a patron of the Sorrento Surf Life Saving Club. Councillor Fishwick is the Senior Assessor for Surf Life Saving WA. A further interest for myself also for item 1212, which is Fox Control and Kangaroo Management in Yellowgonga Regional Park. Again, it's that I am a member of the Friends of Yellowgonga and my sister is the secretary. The Friends of Yellowgonga manages the Fox abatement grant. Councillor Fishwick has made a further declaration of interest that may affect impartiality for item 1216, the Sorrento Bowling Club proposed sublease. Councillor Fishwick is a member and pennant player at the Sorrento Bowling Club. A further declaration of interest for Mr. Jamie Parry, the Director of Governance and Strategy. It's an item that may affect impartiality for item 1218, confidential preferred candidate for the CEO officer position. The Director of Governance and Strategy is a position that reports directly to the CEO. A further interest has been declared by Mrs. Kylie Bergman, the Manager for Governance. It is also for item 1218, confidential preferred candidate for the Chief Executive Officer position, and that is due to the nature of Ms. Bergman's employment relationship with the CEO. I've also received a couple in writing. I'll just check that they're not duplicates of the ones which I've read out previously. Councillors, are there any other further declarations to be made for tonight's meeting? Councillor Ventura.
Thank you, through you. Yes, for 1210, motion 7, I believe. I am vice patron of the Sorrento Surf Life Saving Club.
Thank you. Are there any other further declarations for tonight's meeting? In that case, we move to the next item, deputations, which is just noted and was dealt with at the briefing session held on the 10th of March.
Mr. Mayor, I did
Chester.
have an interest, and
Yes.
I handed it to one of the staff members.
That hasn't made its way up to me yet. Thank you. I have an interest declared by Councillor Chester. It's for item 12. It's an interest that may affect impartiality, as Councillor Chester is a member of the Friends of Yalagonga and represents the City of Joondalup on the DBCA Community Advisory Committee. Thank you. That moves us then to public question time. There's been a number of public questions which have been received prior to tonight's meeting, and they have been answered in writing and have been available in the foyer. There is a set of procedures relating to public question time, and I ask that you all follow my direction at all times. You have the opportunity to ask 2 questions, and your question should be directed to myself as chair and be asked in a polite and respectful manner. We keep a record of people wishing to ask public questions, so I will start with that list. So in that case, I'd ask first to come forward Mrs. Pauline Lewis. And if you'd be able to state your name and address for the public record as well.
Pauline Lewis, 35 Manhattan Avenue, Iluka. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I have some questions regarding Sir James McCusker Park and the management of off-lead dogs in the playground and surrounding areas. My first question is, what measures are currently in place to manage the risks associated with off-lead dogs interacting with children in the playground and surrounding areas?
Thank you. If we could have the question answered by the Director for Planning.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mayor. Sorry, I'm just trying to get to my notes. Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yep. So first question is, what measures are currently in place to manage the risks associated with off-lead dogs interacting with children in the playground and surrounding areas at the Sir James McCusker Park?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. There is measures in place that dogs have to be on the leash at the park. We have conducted a formal assessment, and we have a requirement to develop a dog management plan, which we are currently working on. Current decision-making related to dog on and off-leash policy is determined by the human and dog behaviour and some environmental issues and opportunities. In the absence of community sentiment relating to dogs, dog behaviour, owner attitude and behaviour and non-owner attitudes can form that decision-making process. The city currently conduct compliance patrols at James McCusker Park to monitor the effective control of dogs, and field services have patrolled the park over 28 times in the past 3 years for numerous reasons relating to offences being committed. Only 8 patrols were conducted for animal-related incidents.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'll also ask the acting CEO if you'd like to add some more about effective control of animals and the requirements under the city's local law. Mr. CEO.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. It should also be noted further to what Director Lavery has indicated to yourself, that the specifically in playgrounds, dogs are prohibited within playgrounds, and as the Director has indicated, we will make that clear through the development of the dog management plan and how best to deal with that into the future. That will potentially include changes on how we would manage that.
Thank you. My second question is, under the city's duty of care, how does the council determine when it is necessary to separate different activities or user groups in a public space to reduce the risk of injury, particularly where no formal risk assessments have been undertaken?
I'll go to the acting CEO as well, Mr. Claassen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. As we've already indicated, the city considers various factors when determining the use of our recreational spaces. Obviously, we need to balance the needs of various groups. Part of that balancing act is in certain areas prohibiting dogs, in other areas only allowing dogs on leash, in specific areas allowing dogs off leash. As I've indicated, and as Director Lavery has indicated, we are currently reviewing that overall process in terms of the dog management across the city, and part of that will take into consideration how best to manage that conflict. Through the process, we have done some consultation to get an understanding of the preference of residents and how best to manage that, and that will be taken into consideration as part of the process. So is the comments that we received from the residents of Iluka regarding Sir James McCusker Park.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your responses. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person on our list is Mrs. Faye Gilbert. If you'd like to come forward. No? Thank you, Ms. Gilbert. The next person is Mr. Joel Keenan. If you'd like to state your name and address for the record.
Joel Keenan, 17 Atoll Court, Mullaloo. Having discussed and collaborated over the artificial reef project with our local MLA, Caitlin Collins, for the past 2 years, and given the importance of this initiative, it's disappointing that the council appear to have not reached out to her to discuss potential ways forward, given her open support of the project. May I ask why this was?
Go to the Director of Corporate Services.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Responding through you, the notice of motion that was provided by Council was for the city to undertake a pre-feasibility study, and once that study was complete, the report, provide that report back to Council to determine what the next steps would be. The officer's recommendation is that we would then liaise with the relevant state government departments to see if they would be able to take the project on.
I think to add to that as well is that the council is a collective decision-making forum, so we have to first see what the council's position is on something before we can formally approach a local member of parliament and advocate or make a particular direction. I know that there has been informal conversations with the member for Hillary's, and, but as far as what is the council's formal position, there hasn't been formal engagement at this stage, as the director has stated. Do you have a second question?
I do. May I also ask why the sitting council seems to be unwilling to back a project that has been deemed feasible and was an election promise by the previous mayor, Albert Jacob? The ratepayers expect previously supported projects to continue on regardless of personal preferences by the council.
Thank you. We'll go to the acting CEO, but I also have a couple of comments. Mr. CEO.
Thank you, and responding through you, Mr. Mayor, Council has not determined its position, and as such, the question will be answered following Council's decision on what the next steps will be and how councils see their own involvement. It's not a question that we can answer at this stage.
Thank you.
Thank you. As the acting director said, the council is going to make a determination tonight on that report and what direction will occur. So there hasn't been a formal determination yet. Thank you. The next person on our register is Mrs. Sue Boylan. Would you like to come forward?
Susan Boylan, Key West Drive, Mullaloo. In the agenda tonight, it states that artificial surf reefs and their potential impacts on coastal hazard management are being considered at a high level through the Alternative Coastal Adaptation Option research as part of the CHAR Maps Adaptation Plan. Why is progressing an artificial surf reef, specifically at Mullaloo, a focus for the CHAR Maps reference group?
Thank you. Go to the Director for Corporate Services.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the CHAR Map, if my recollection is correct, and I'll defer to the Director of Governance if it's incorrect, my understanding is that the CHAR Map reference group have asked to look at all possible ways of mitigating coastal erosion, and artificial reefs are one such option. Not necessarily surf reefs, but artificial reefs in general.
Is that it?
Yep.
Next question. The sole purpose of the CHAR Maps reference group was to conduct research regarding alternative adaptation options with internationally recognised scientific evidence and create a plan going forward. How does, and I quote, highlighting potential funding issues, opportunities, identifying key stakeholders and providing a roadmap for one adaptation, artificial surf reef, at one beach, fitting with finding alternative adaptation options for erosion across the length of our coastline?
We're to Director for Governance.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. They are two separate council decisions, so both have been dealt with through separately. So the artificial reef was through a notice of motion which talked about the pre-feasibility study, which is being presented this evening with regard to the international research on options related to coastal hazard risk management and adaptation options. That was a separate council decision and project plan. And as the Director of Corporate Services outlined, that was simply one option that is within that international research. It doesn't mean it's a given. It is about the research that is applicable or for the oceanic conditions along our particular coast. So the CHARMAP Strategic Reference Group has been given a range of those options to consider and to preference them, and they will form part of our communications and recommendations through to the Council with regard to the cost and implications of each of those. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Mr. Clint Brian, if you'd like to come forward.
Clint Bryan, 17 Afric Way, Callaroo. I was just wondering, does the council have a set plan to mitigate loss of sporting amenity? Because this actual plan for the artificial reef is to mitigate lost sporting amenity for surfers. Does the council have a set way that they go about mitigating this loss?
Thank you for your question. We'll go to the Director for Corporate Services.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the short answer is no. When there's developments that impact the availability of community resources such as playing grounds and in this case surf breaks, is something that has to be dealt with on a case-by-case basis, and we have to assess the cost of providing those facilities versus the utilisation they'll receive.
Thank you. Do you have a second question?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Ms. Sue North, if you'd like to come forward.
Sue North, 47 Parkwood Avenue, Woodvale. My questions relate to a written question that I asked, asking why the City of Joondalup Library Services collection management guidelines weren't made available publicly. My question relates to the answer to that. I do understand that it's an internal document. That's what I was told when I inquired whether I could see a copy. It does say, though, it can, however, be viewed at the City's office upon request. I requested it and was told I couldn't see it. I would like to ask the City why that was.
If we could go to the Director of Governance, please.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, thank you very much for the question, Mrs North. Yep, it appears that probably there's been some miscommunication with regard to the level of documentation that could be provided, and we reviewed, I understood the response that had been provided to you by a staff member, and we reviewed that and we amended the response to allow access to that for you. And we will inform probably the members of the library staff with regard to access to that document to other people who might make similar requests.
Thank you. Do you have a second question?
Yeah. Given that I requested it and I had to put in an FOI request, which cost me $30, will I receive a refund?
Thank you. Director of Governance.
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, we will provide a refund with pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next person on our list is Mr. James Breed. Is he still?
Sorry, Michael was supposed to be on the statement.
Oh, for a statement? Okay. Thank you. Mr. Mike Moore.
Mike Moore, 31 Quarry Ramble, Edgewater. Okay, questions about the Joondalup Activity Centre plan. within the agenda tonight, it says that it's going to be reviewed beginning middle of this year, and I believe it's due for expiry in 2028. The planning framework at state level has changed quite a lot since the Joondalup Activity Centre plan was originally initiated. There's a new Northwest Corridor planning framework and there's a precinct policy. Is it going to be a complete renewal of the Joondalup Activity Centre plan, or is it just going to be a review with some minor adjustments?
Thank you for your question. We'll go to the Director for Planning.
Hi, I'll pass this question on to the Manager of Planning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. Thanks very much for your question. You've certainly hit the nail on the head in terms of changes to the state planning framework since the Joondalup Activity Centre plan was gazetted back in 2018. And with the introduction of the precinct design guidelines and I guess more qualified manner and form for structure plans, it's likely that the review, you will see a different document. The review's intended to look at precinct boundaries, land use permissibility, and in respect to a couple of the motions that have come from the AGM in relation to appropriateness of excising some portions of the existing activity centre plan off and having their own plan created for them.
Thank you. Mr Moore?
Okay. Parts of the Joondalup Activity Centre plan are very loose, to put it mildly, and Joondalup Edge is one of the areas that's very loose. Is there anything you can do to prevent having a result like we ended up with at Warwick, where you have a fairly awful development proposed, in which this case you won't be able to refuse? What can you do? Given that it will be adjudicated by DAP, it won't be adjudicated by you.
Thank you for your question. We'll go to the Manager for Planning again.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. Look, I guess in the context of the differences between Warwick and Joondalup Edge, obviously Warwick does not have a precinct structure plan over it. I think it's important to note that the Warwick application was lodged through the significant development assessment pathway through the state government, and so there has been instances even where there is a structure plan in place that the decision making has still enabled a development that falls outside of the parameters of what that planning framework entertained. And so whilst the Joondalup Activity Centre plan has quite loose or flexible controls in terms of height for Joondalup Edge, I guess any development application that came in would still be subject to quite a robust assessment process in the context of the Volume 2 of the Residential Design Codes and the state planning policy that relates to design of the built environment. And so there's 10 criteria there that proponents need to address when they're submitting applications of scale in those locations. So I guess there would be some opportunity in the event that there was a significant development coming. In terms of the height, yes, I acknowledge the structure plan at the moment allows an unlimited height in that location. That's certainly something that will be considered through the review of the Joondalup Activity Centre plan in terms of the built form controls that may be appropriate for that precinct in the future.
Yeah. It's not just the height, it's also the fact that there's no requirement to improve amenity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Moore. The next person on our list is Ana Monero. Also a statement? Yep. Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone from the gallery who wishes to ask a question? No? Thank you. In that case, I declare public question time closed and we move to public statement time. There is a set of procedures relating to public statement time, and I request that you follow my direction at all times. You're able to make a statement for up to 2 minutes, and your statement should be directed to myself as chair and be polite and respectful. No questions or discussion will occur at the end of your statement. We keep a register as well for people who are wishing to make a statement, and we've received quite a number of people for tonight. So the practice, usually there's only enough time for, there's 15 minutes is the maximum amount of time, And so that leaves for 2-minute statements around 7 to 8 statements. So given that we've received, over 25 statements, the practice which we usually engage in is we rotate between the different topics. And so I'll start at the top of the list, and then I'll rotate through some of the topics, given that there's multiple statements for the same matters. So the person on page 1 at the top is for electors AGM item 17. That's Mrs. Mary O'Byrne, if you'd like to come forward. If you'd like to state your name and address as well.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councillors. Mary O'Byrne, 123 Glencoe Loop, Kinross. Since the electors' AGM, 2 members of the Kamala Park Order Action Group attended the Minister of the Environment's office and spoke with the Minister's principal policy advisor on the adverse effects, mental and physical, the Mindarie Regional Council Kamala Park landfill is imposing on the local Wanneroo and Joondalup odour-afflicted communities. I think we now have the correct handle on possible operative outcomes for the MRC's Kamala Park landfill, as was explained to us, that consequences for the landfill operation remain active and consequences change for any operation such as this through administrative controls. How a regional council such as the MRC operates around community concerns might make an informative case study if one was properly invested in regulating a regional council system that may allow the marginalisation of local communities from effective organisational relief when adverse environmental conditions arise. Back to the MRC. It does little to help the odour-afflicted communities. Witness the failure of a recent petition to bring the MRC member council meetings routinely to either the Wanneroo or Joondalup civic chamber to assist odour sufferers' attendance at meetings. An elected member statement illustrates further. Every single one of us here has a vested interest in the functions of the MRC. I certainly think it problematic to suggest that 1 or 2 councils have a greater interest, meaning Joondalup Wanneroo councils, whose residents live proximal to the problem landfill. The vested interest comment signifies an MRC focus on system and financial returns. It fails to incorporate any acknowledgement
Ms.
of
O'Byrne,
the
I'm sorry to say your time has expired.
Oh, thank you. Just they don't consider the people locally. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. O'Byrne. The next person on our list is Mr. Bill McCauley, if I have that correct, about Sherrington Park playground equipment. If you'd state your name and address, and then
Thank you,
we'll have
Mr.
2
Mayor
minutes.
and councillors. My name's William Mulcahy. We live at Sherrington Road, opposite Sherrington Park. We received a letter with some surprise to say there would be the immediate removal of the play equipment in the park opposite us. We've been in that home for 3.5 years, and it's the first we've heard of it. Consequently, I did write a letter, and then we prepared a petition, and that has gone into the park as well as been circulated. To date, there are over 90 signatures, and I believe about 11 online as well. They may not all be ratepayers, but it was addressed to residents and people around the vicinity. I can only say that the park is used every day extensively. I mean, I was sitting there tonight just looking at the park and watching a mother and family and a teenager, a youngish teenager on the swings. It's a very simple park and playground, but it's very, very popular with the immediate residents around the park. It has been stated there are other parks within the vicinity, but that is not a local community facility for those people living immediately next to it. So we respectfully ask this be considered. and that the removal of the play equipment be reviewed and planning made for its maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person on our list is Ms. Kate Shaw about the Heathridge Park Master Plan.
Kate Shaw, Galleon Road, Belden. Good evening, Mayor and councillors. I am a local resident. I am here regarding the Heathridge Park Master Plan, significantly to seek confirmation on the protection of the nesting sites for the carnabies and the forest red-tailed black cockatoos. As the council is aware, these birds are not just local icons, they are federally protected under the EPBC Act. Under this legislation, the destruction of active nesting sites and hollows and critical habitat without federal approval is a serious legal matter that can result in significant fines and stop work orders. These endangered birds rely on mature canopy currently standing at Heathridge Park. I have photographed these birds in this area many times. I have asked the council to commit tonight to an independent environmental impact study that specifically addresses these nesting sites before any final construction for the tennis courts is approved. We need to ensure the city is meeting its legal obligations under federal law before the chainsaw moves in. Finally, I'd like to leave you all with a thought. We all appreciate the ongoing maintenance the city put into our parks with mowing and fertilising and the upkeep, but we must remember that maintenance is temporary while the loss of our natural canopy is permanent. Saplings will sacrifice the endangered species and sacrifice our future heritage of these birds, which are endangered species. Let's ensure Heathridge Park remains a true sanctuary for the future, not just a landscape plot for today. Thank you for the time and protecting our local environment and birds.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. The next statement is Mrs. Teresa Ritchie.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, councillors, city officers and residents. I'm Teresa Ritchie. I live at 155 Woodvale Drive in Woodvale. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I have lived on Woodvale Drive for 25 years, and during this time I have seen a change to the traffic volume that is up and down Woodvale Drive. It was a peaceful neighbourhood until an overpass was built. The traffic has now become incredibly unbearable. Local commuters race down Woodvale Drive. They use Woodvale Drive as a rat run because they use it to take it as a shortcut to Whitford's train station as well as the freeway. These commuters seem to take the shortest routes from neighbouring suburbs of the city of Wanneroo. This has been a very difficult time for many of us residents, and we believe that it is necessary for the city of Joondalup to prepare a report to deter traffic. In respect to the overpass and the East Wanneroo District Plan, there has been very little advocacy on behalf of the residents of the city of Joondalup. At the time, there was no input to the overpass, no input to the East Wanneroo District Plan that did not identify what was expected for this road network and the issues associated with this road network. It is also incumbent to prepare a report not just to provide a few measures for pedestrians that will now not be due to occur until 27-28. It is not likely that elevated platforms along Woodvale Drive near Woodvale Secondary College will have any effect on traffic. So what will the city do then? Just give up? The proposal to deter traffic must include the entire length of Woodvale Drive, not just segments of the road or the intersection of Wanneroo Road and Woodvale Drive. As a long-standing resident of Woodvale, I would like to have seen greater advocacy and community consultation. To ask the question, now, after all this time, is not acceptable. Sorry,
Thank you,
I know
Mrs.
my
Ritchie.
time is up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next person on our list is, jump forward a little so we cover all the topics. We'll go to Mr. Joel Keenan.
Joel Keenan, 17 Atoll Court, Mullaloo. Regarding the request for funding to progress the artificial surf reef feasibility study, on Thursday 29th of January 2026, the City of Joondalup held its annual general meeting. During this meeting, Mr Bryan, representing the Mullaloo board riders, presented a motion that was carried with near unanimous support from those in attendance. The gallery that evening was filled with ratepayers from all suburbs and a broad range of demographics, each with their own agendas and motions to present to Council. Notably, many of those in attendance were likely unfamiliar with the artificial reef proposal. The ratepayers in attendance demonstrated clear support for the progression of the artificial reef project. They were present to hear the evidence outlining the potential economic, social and environmental benefits that the artificial reef could deliver. The City of Joondalup initially allocated $50,000 to assess the pre-feasibility of the artificial reef project. The resulting pre-feasibility study has indicated the project is indeed viable. In light of this, it is reasonable to question why the City would choose to discontinue a viable project after investing ratepayer funds to confirm its feasibility. We're seeking an allocation of $240,000 to progress this viable project to the next stage and transition it from council oversight to state and federal government involvement. This represents a one-off investment and is modest in comparison to the millions allocated annually by the City of Joondalup for the development and maintenance of sporting facilities. This proposal is supported at both levels of government with backing from Caitlin Collins, member for Hillary's at the state level, and Tom French, member for Moore at the federal level. We respectfully request your support in approving this funding allocation. This initiative presents a valuable investment opportunity for the City of Joondalup and has the potential to become a landmark decision of which Council and the community can be justifiably proud. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keenan. The next statement is from Mr. John Tostovan.
John Tostovan, 37 Lakeview Drive, Edgewater. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A motion for a permanent water connection to Lakeview Contemplation Garden was declined at the last AGM. We do understand that the main reason for this was the expected cost of approximately $7,000, and we do respect and appreciate the COJ efforts to manage the best budget for Joondalup. However, the need for an adequate water connection remains. As the garden continues to become established, a reliable, permanent water supply is essential for its survival, sustainability, and long-term community value. The current reliance on scheduled water deliveries according to our MOU has proven to be unreliable, inadequate, and inefficient. Delays and cancellations due to staffing constraints waste volunteer time and make planning difficult. Without dependable access to water, watering becomes reactive, often occurring only once plants are already stressed, which increases the risk of plant loss despite significant volunteer effort. So we do accept Council's advice to consider future grant opportunities to fund the permanent water connection, including through the City's community funding program. In the meantime, our LCG group would like to modify the water supply schedule in the MOU for a weekly water delivery on a set day of the week from August to April inclusive. This would importantly include the main planting period of autumn. Water will always be required due to the natural plant attrition and ongoing care. Thank you for your consideration in this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Tostovan. The final statement will be from Mr. Travis Miyat. If you'd like to come forward.
Travis Mear, 26 Drayton Greenway, Kingsley. Can I clarify, is this the last statement of the statement time?
That is correct.
Okay. This is about outcomes and the quality of life of residents near Twickenham Drive. There are many residents that even live along Twickenham Drive that register for public statement, which won't get an opportunity to speak tonight. But the message is consistent. The noise wall, despite its intent, has not delivered the expected outcome. There's unanimous support for Councillor O'Neill's additional recommendations, as I've spoken to several residents in the area. And I want to touch on the Auditor General. Just want to clarify one thing. We're not asking the council to investigate state decision. We're simply asking for advocacy, to write to the Auditor General in the context of an expert saying the noise wall has been installed in the least effective acoustic location, and it was changed from a highly effective acoustic location. And we're just asking for advocacy for the city to write to the Auditor General to take a look at it. That's all we're asking. We're not asking the city to investigate. I believe that's all I have time for. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. That concludes public question time, and I know that there was a large number of people who'd put their names down. I think I count it was over 30, but we only have 15 minutes allocated under the city's local law, so we have to, with 2-minute statements, we've had 7 tonight, so we have to try and give a spread across the different topics. That concludes public statement time. That then moves us to apologies and leaves of absence. I've received an apology for tonight from Councillor May. Councillor Mercer is on a leave of absence as well. Are there any elected members requesting a leave of absence tonight? We've received one from the Deputy Mayor. Are there any other requests for tonight? In that case, could I get a mover for the motion? Moved Councillor O'Neill, seconded Councillor Vinciulo. Councillor O'Neill, do you wish to speak to the item? Councillor Vinciulo? No? In that case, any further comments? No? We'll do this one by show of hands. All those in favour? Thank you. That carries unanimously. The next item on tonight's agenda is confirmation of minutes. There are 2 sets of minutes to be confirmed. I'm willing to move. Could I have a seconder? Seconded Councillor O'Neill. I don't wish to speak to the item. Councillor O'Neill? Any further comments on the minutes? Thank you. Again, we'll do this one by show of hands. Could I have all those in favour of the item? Councillor Hutton, are you voting? Councillor Chester, are you? Yep. Thank you. That carries unanimously. That brings us to announcements by the presiding member without discussion. The City of Joondalup will hold its extraordinary election for the North Central Ward this Thursday on the 26th of March. So I encourage all eligible residents to make their voice heard by returning their ballot papers before 6 p.m. on election day, which will be this Thursday. Ballots can be handed to the City Administration Office during business hours from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. until Wednesday the 25th of March, or to the Beaumaris Community Hall on Thursday the 26th of March between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. For more information and to review the candidate profiles, please visit the City's website at joondalup.wa.gov.au or at the WA Electoral Commission website. The City has also made the decision to postpone a community celebration of the new Duncraig Adventure Hub, originally scheduled for this Saturday, 28th of March, due to deteriorating weather linked to ex-tropical cyclone Narelle. The celebration will now be held on Saturday, the 11th of April from 4 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. The hub has already become an innovative public space and a vibrant gathering place for youth and families, supporting recreation, social connection, and positive mental health. The celebration will be a free, family-friendly event with workshops, roller skating, coaching sessions, market stalls, food trucks, and a live DJ. It will be a fantastic opportunity to come together and experience the energy that this space was designed to inspire, and I look forward to seeing local residents and members of the wider community there. Also, the local government blood drive is not far away, and this is one of the most meaningful ways our community can come together to support those who need us most. 1 in 3 Australians will rely on donated blood in their lifetime, which is nearly 58,000 people in the City of Joondalup alone. While this is a nationwide initiative, the very impact of donation is felt locally. supporting hospitals, emergency services, and families, with every donation having the power to save up to 3 lives. From April 1 to the 30th of June, we'll be inviting all eligible residents to join our City of Joondalup Lifeblood team. Whether you're a long-time donor or considering it for the first time, now is the perfect time to roll up your sleeves. So to get involved, visit joondalup.wa.gov.au/blood drive. Thank you. That brings us to identification of matters for which the meeting may be closed to the public. There are 3 confidential reports, which is item 12.5, which is the confidential status of legal actions, item 12.18, confidential preferred candidate for the Chief Executive Officer position, and item 13.2.1, confidential status up Project Axiom. So there's a motion which has been prepared for us to deal with those at the end of tonight's agenda so that we don't have to ask the public to leave the chamber, then invite them back in after each of these items. So I'm willing to move the item. Could I have a seconder for the motion that we move these to the end of the agenda? Seconded by Councillor Hutton. I don't wish to speak to it. Councillor Hutton, any comments on the motion? In that case, we'll do this one by show of hands. Could I have those all in favour? Thank you. That carries unanimously. That brings us to item 11 on the agenda, which is petitions. Are there any petitions for tonight's meeting? No? We have one petition which has been submitted as per the presentation of petitions protocol. It will be received and checked for validity in accordance with clause 511 of the city's meeting procedures local law and included in next month's agenda. So that petition is in relation to dog management at Sir James McCusker Park, requesting the city to improve safety and hygiene. I'm willing to move the item to receive the petition. Could I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Hutton. I don't wish to speak to the item. Councillor Hutton? Any further comments on receiving the petition? No? In that case, we'll go straight to a vote. Could I have those all in favour of the item? Thank you, and that carries unanimously as well. That brings us to the report section of tonight's agenda. So I'll go around the room as is our usual practice, and I'll ask elected members if there's items that they wish to withdraw. Tonight, I will start with the Deputy Mayor, and I will go clockwise around the room. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm assuming you're taking 12.10, so I'll start with 12.15, please.
Yep. Thank you.
That's it.
Councillor Fishwick.
None, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 12.2 and 12.6, please.
Thank you. Councillor Chester.
Nothing this evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Ventula.
None for me. Deputy Mayor's pulled mine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Count.
None for me, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pizzi.
Yeah, Deputy Mayor has pulled what I'm interested in, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be removing 12.3 to move an alternate. I'll also be removing 12.8 just to move the officer's recommendation. I believe 12.11 will be getting withdrawn anyway, but also happy to withdraw that, obviously in support of the alternate that's been prepared through your requests and my requests, Mayor. And the rest will be withdrawn by others, I believe. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Councillor Hill.
None, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I will be withdrawing item 12.10, 12.11, we have a number of absolute majority items, so 12.17, 12.18, 13.1.2, which I have an alternate which has been circulated. We also have the item relating to the Chief Executive Officer candidate, which I will also be withdrawing that item tonight. Thank you. In that case, we then move to the first item to be withdrawn, which is item 12.2. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move the alternate, please.
Sorry, Councillor O'Neill, just before we move on, are there any questions on any of the confidential items for tonight? Or on the any confidential attachments on the items which will be public? Councillor Pizzey.
You're pulling the CEO one,
Yes.
so yep, that's fine. Thank you.
That's all. Thank you. That's all right. Thank you. Councillor O'Neill, where we left off.
Yep, just pull the alternate, please.
I'm willing to second. Councillor O'Neill, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the interest of obviously keeping things a little bit shorter this evening, I will keep this pretty brief. It's just adding 2 points to the officer's recommendation. This has been something that has been long identified by the public that lives in the area, that it has been a problem. There's been many reports, there's been a lot looked into from the public, there's been media from it, and the general agreement that everybody that lives in those areas is that the noise wall didn't work. The city has stated on page 19 of the briefing session notes that effective noise mitigation typically requires engineered structures such as solid noise walls or soil mounding. It's very clear in this instance, by everything you've heard over the last year and a half, that it just hasn't worked with this noise wall. The simple adding of 0.6 and 0.7 requests only that the Chief Executive Officer investigates the allocation of semi-matured trees, native trees, on the noise wall. 0.7 requests that the Chief Executive Officer to consider writing to the Auditor General on behalf of the residents of the City of Joondalup, encouraging the decision-making process behind the smart freeway wall to be considered as a future audit topic. This is not, as it has been stated, asking the city to do these things on behalf of the residents themselves. It's asking for advocation. We speak as a voice for the community, and when the community goes unheard by, you know, other say areas of government or other corporations, we can make that voice heard. That's all that we're asking on this one here. So it's not something that we haven't done, and it's not something that's a big ask. So I'm asking everyone to consider, especially 0.7, to vote for this. In relation to 0.6, while it may be agreed that, you know, trees themselves don't mitigate that much noise, it does have an effect. If you can imagine, as I've said to many of you, you walk out the door and you see this 5.5 metre ghastly painted wall in your front of your home. What that does to somebody, unless you live there, you just don't know. The additions don't oppose the project. They do strengthen it. They ensure better outcomes for residents later on. The trees soften the bulk and scale, they improve the streetscape character, and they align with the city's standard policies that, you know, amenity, community well-being. It supports urban heat reduction. If the report comes back and says that, you know, particular trees might not be suitable for it, at least we've got a report and somewhere to go from there that can help these residents. They're reaching out to us this time. It's a small thing to ask, and I encourage you all to support it.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. I'll reserve my right as the seconder. Do any other councillors wish to speak on the item? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly support the alternate, and certainly from my point of view, as a key 0.7 in terms of writing to the Auditor General. I think it's a good move to make. The Auditor General looks at efficiencies of department spending. This has been queried as to the placement of the wall and being in the best place along the freeway. So from my point of view, that would be an interesting one to have a report on, is how the process went on placement of walls along the freeway, and did it achieve the right outcome, and was there actually a good delivery of value for money for the state funds, so, and an outcome for the residents. So I'd certainly think 0.7 is a good one to have in there, and 6 certainly I think putting trees in to improve the amenity of the area is a positive, so I look forward to that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any further comments? Councillor Pizzey.
Yes, thank you. Just a question, has the city looked into the geographical area on the City of Joondalup side of that wall, and if there's any issues with planting any trees in that area?
Thank you. We'll go to Mr. Claassen as the acting CEO.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. The city was involved in the process to identify or been notified by Main Roads what planting will take place on the land between the city's land and Main Roads. There are a large number of areas. There are the Delius path is not back of curb, where that was achievable through the design from Main Roads, and there's extensive landscaping provided as part of that. As part of that, there are trees planted on fixed intervals to ensure there's an increase in the canopy cover, and some of those are actually on the City of Joondalup Road Reserve and not the Main Roads Road Reserve. In terms of specific trees on Main Roads Road Reserve, as per the officer's commendation, we cannot enforce any planting of trees on their road reserve. However, they have undertaken as much as possible in terms of the revegetation of that area, and over time that would generate a healthy tree canopy again.
Thank you. Councillor Pizzey.
With this noise wall issue not functioning the way that it was expected to, is there any thought for the city to request funds from Main Roads to plant on the city side, or is that possible?
Mr. Claassen.
Through Mr. Mayor, I think we have to be careful in stating that the noise wall is not functioning as intended. All the noise measurements, my understanding, that is undertaken by Main Roads regarding that has supported the original design outcome that they were looking for, and my understanding is that they have briefed the then director, Mr. Chris Lee, regarding the specific noise measurements and things that I have undertaken. We have approached them early on in that project to seek support for planting trees on the city roads. What they have indicated is that part of their revegetation, they will invest in planting trees where they believe is part of their landscaping plan, but additional trees that we might want to plant on the opposite side of those roads abutting the Mitchell Freeway, they were not prepared to provide funding towards those.
Thank you. Councillor Pizzey.
Thank you for that response. Just a quick comment, if I may.
Sure.
I think this project as a future audit topic would be beneficial for future communities that, you know, might encounter the same problems. So I am supportive. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chester.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, in one sense, I accept that it's not the primary role of our local government to look into the effectiveness of noise abatement for freeways, but I think in this particular instance there has been significant engineering mistakes. In one instance, there is strong evidence that the sound abatement would have been far more effective if the wall was placed on higher ground. So I guess what I'm suggesting here is that in this instance, it would be appropriate for the city to step up and be the mouthpiece for local residents who definitely have lots of issues with the wall. So I think this is the exception to the rule. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chester. Any further comments on this item? Councillor Hill.
Yes, thank you. Start with a question, if I may, just with reference to the comment from Councillor Chester, just seeking clarification from relevant director as regarding the comment as to whether engineering mistakes have indeed been made with the design of this wall. Thank you.
Go to the acting CEO.
Thank you, and through Mr. Mayor, my understanding from the work undertaken by Main Roads is that mistakes were not made. The city did not assess their design, So it's very difficult for me to make an assessment regarding that, and I would caution against making statements like that, as we do not have adequate evidence to support statements like that around the table. And I don't know if the Manager Planning Services or the Director has got anything to add to that.
We can go to the Manager.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. That's correct. The city, in its investigation, looked at the process that Main Roads followed to determine the location of the wall. So we didn't analyse the technical data that was presented by, I guess, that Main Roads used to make their decision. And so we don't have an opinion as to whether there was any mistake made or anything as such.
Thank you. Councillor Hill.
Thank you for the answers to the questions, which just hopefully provide assistance to elected members in reaching a decision on this matter. I acknowledge that there's likely to be support from the number of positive comments so far. However, I will foreshadow the regional officer's recommendation should this alternate not pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hill, procedurally, what I think I might do is just split items 6 and 7 and vote on those separately. The rest of the motion is consistent with the officer's recommendation. It's probably a little bit easier to do it, if that's acceptable.
Yes, thanks. I was just considering what to do if the alternate doesn't get up.
Sure.
I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments on the item? No. I will make a couple of comments before I ask Councillor O'Neill to close. I think the motion first put forward by the officers, especially at point 3, is I think it's an important thing that needs to occur for us to write to the Planning Commission, that there is more consideration given to the noise which is generated by main roads. At the moment, there's currently an exclusion, or at least a lack of acknowledgement at times based on main arterial roads through not just the city of Joondalup, but across all of Perth. And I think if there's more clarity in the policy, I think that's a good starting point. And I think we need to make sure that we go to the state government and say there needs to be more clarity within State Planning Policy 5.4 in relation to that. As far as some of the other elements, I think we should also be writing to Jessica Stoikowski. She is the local member, and I think that's an important matter that she has engaged with this. But I think at the same time, I think Councillor O'Neill is right in his direction on this item. I see is that there is more that we need to do to try and encourage a better outcome for the residents than what has happened up till now. It does seem to be, from what I understand from the documents that I have seen in relation to this matter, that there was a choice between different locations, and the location which was chosen does have a lower level of noise mitigation than the original locations which were being considered. And unfortunately, the project has proceeded with the current location, which has less of a mitigation, which for the residents then has a significant detriment. For them, they then feel, and not just feel, but experience the noise of the Mitchell Freeway constantly, which for many of them, the perception of that has changed dramatically from what it was when there was the trees and the vegetation buffer compared to now the sound wall itself. So yes, I think we should be investigating what can be done to encourage more vegetation and trees along the noise wall itself. I think the wording itself in the motion is helpful towards that. It says about investigating that as part of the budget process. Some of the landscaping areas, as the officer's comment rightly says, is not within the city's control. So the best that we can do is write to Main Roads and the department to encourage different landscaping at those locations. Other areas could be considered as part of the city's Leafy Cities programs or planting trees, but in other areas the city doesn't have a direct control over the land, so there's very little that we can do besides advising the department that we believe a certain outcome should occur to support the residents. As far as the OAG, I agree that there should be an audit of the decisions which are being made by Main Roads, and I think knowing how the OAG process has worked previously, it's not always the case that there is an audit for a particular set of circumstances, but they often more likely do an audit category where they look at decisions that are being made in a particular area or under particular policies. So it's often one of their favourite audit topics is often procurement policies or purchasing policies. I shouldn't say favourite, but that's a common topic which they like to raise. And I think the application of the state planning policy by one of the state government departments is, I think, something that does need to be clearly looked at whether the applications are consistent or in many cases leading to the best outcomes, not just on the application of the state planning policy, but also on the contractual decisions that are made through the process. So I think it's a good idea. So I support Councillor O'Neill in his alternate, and I'll ask him to close. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't go on too much, just to reiterate that, yes, as you did make statement there, it is true that there was 2 positions of the wall, and the lower, the building of the wall on the lower area of the bund was the selection that was made. So I hope that helps people to make their decision on this vote. Apart from that, I want to thank you all for taking the time to read the information and consider this carefully.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. If we could then go to a vote on the alternate motion on the screens, and if we could put items 1 to 5 first, and then we'll do items 6 and 7 separately. So items 1 to 5. It just says part 6 on the screen. Just go to the, yes, thank you. That's correct now. If you could all vote on the screens, please. I can't, sorry, go to the manager for governance. Usually I can tell if the voting's closed. Oh, there we go. The voting is closed and items 1 to 5 is carried unanimously. Then we move to items 6 and 7. Is everyone comfortable with me putting these together? Yep. Thank you. We'll do items 6 and 7 together. If you could cast your votes on the screen when we're ready. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried. Thank you. That then moves us to the next item on tonight's agenda, which is item 12.3. Councillor Hutton. You have an alternate for this item.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to move the alternate, which has been circulated.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton, and Councillor Hill is the seconder. Thank you. Councillor Hutton, when you're ready.
Yes, thank you all. Again, in the interest of time, I know this is an issue that we've discussed in great detail over the past 6 months. But just to give you the summary, obviously last year the City of Joondalup basically re-outlined the way that we would do paid parking in the CBD. Part of the majority of this plan was obviously very well received. Lower fees in the CBD, capped at $5 a day in the open air car parks and $8 a day on the multi-storey car park. And then we also offered 30 minutes free parking on-street parking in the core CBD. Obviously, with any change like this, there is always going to be some teething difficulties and teething issues. Thankfully, as part of this upgrade, there was a few criterias. Now, one of the criterias was flexibility. Now, the flexibility obviously means that we can adjust and tweak the arrangements as is deemed necessary. Now, one of those situations has obviously arisen. 2 of the other criterias was obviously availability and utilisation. One was economic development. One was financial sustainability. And then we had value for money, customer experience, management and operations. Now, the reason I tell you all that is effectively what happened is we had a street in the southern part of the Joondalup CBD called Wise Street. Wise Street for a long time has had paid parking time restrictions on it. The time restrictions varied from 1 to 2 hours. When we brought in these new changes, one of the unintended consequences was, given it was classified as outer CBD, it effectively had its time restrictions removed. That's now put a lot of pressure on the parking in the area. Now, obviously, having worked with the administration on this alternate wording, you would have noted that the administration is now saying that it's fine for the council to make the change to Wise Street. So effectively, Wise Street at the moment, there's 18 bays. The data is showing around about 2/3 of those bays are taken up throughout the week. Obviously, that's excluding peak times, and it's also excluding the fact that a lot of people park in these bays and don't register their vehicle. Therefore, the number's probably not inflated. Now, on average, 6 of those people that are parking, they're parking all day. Now, the feeling is if we can get those individuals to move to more suitable all-day parking, it will free up turnover in bays at the current premises that are there.
Most of the premises are medical premises where there's a kind of elderly population that's utilising them. The review has also found that there is other parking nearby that is effectively not utilised. The southern part of Clark Street has 1% utilisation. The bays effectively sit empty all day. Occasionally one person parks in them. And we also have another car park to the north, just next to the train station, which is also doesn't have maximum utilisation. So what this alternate basically does is it returns timed parking to Wise Street as being the area that the administration's identified doesn't have enough capacity at the moment with the current restrictions. But it does go one step further, which is basically to also apply the same restrictions to a section of Collier Pass, not all of Collier Pass, just a section of Collier Pass, which is between Wise Street and Barron Parade. Those are the on-street bays that basically are directly outside of these commercial premises. Now, the reason that is so important is because what we don't want to happen is for the 6 people that are parking all day at Wise Street to then move to the other bays in front of the shops, which are on Collier Pass. We would rather they move to the bays that are more suitable for all-day parking, which are just another 100 metres down the road, which are the ones that are either on Clark Crescent to the south or on the off-street parking bay. So I think this really does strike a very good balance. But the one point I would stress is that we're not looking here for a perfect solution. We're seeking to optimise the current arrangements. And these should obviously be considered on an annual basis. So the final point there requests that future reviews of the city centre parking, which happens annually, should address parking utilisations, having regard to the surrounding land uses and additions to parking fees. So the importance there is that our CBD is growing. We're encouraging more development, so we're going to have to continually review these arrangements. So for now, I encourage you to support this. We'll improve the situation. We'll provide the turnover. We'll also, as a city, direct the people that are parking there all day to the all-day parking that's currently not being used, which is within walking distance. And I think it's really going to deliver a fairer and better outcome for all residents. So I encourage you to support this motion as written.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Councillor Hill is the seconder.
Yes, thanks, through Mr. Mayor. So my co-ward councillor mentioned unintended consequence. Just to clarify that, so it was an unintended consequence, I feel, that on the 1st of July this year, the City of Joondalup officers team removed the 1-hour time restrictions on Wise Street, directly outside commercial premises, and allowed all-day parking. That change was not informed to the operators of the commercial facilities or indeed the owners of those commercial properties, nor indeed council. I referred at the briefing session to the original agenda item when this decision was made by council, and there was no suggestion within that document that this change was going to happen. So it wasn't just an unintended consequence. It was something that council was not informed about. So there's an opportunity now to rectify that point and go back to timed parking. My view is that in our CBD area, commercial premises with on-street parking directly outside should not have those bays all-day parking. It defeats the object for those parking bays outside commercial premises. There are plenty of other parking bays which are not outside commercial premises which can and are for all-day parking. So I'd encourage all elected members to support this alternative so that Wise Street in particular can be reinstated to timed parking. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Any further comments and questions? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Usually I do, when these things come up, sort of drive around the area or look at what's going on. 2 points to this, though, that I have to defer to the ward councillors for the area for the work that they've done, listening to the residents and getting this together. So I do thank them for that. The other thing is that I'm very comfortable with point 3 on this. Yeah, with that, I will leave it at that and thank everyone for the work on that. Happy to support it.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Just a clarification, you're happy to have all the items voted on together? Councillor O'Neill? Yeah, thank you. Any further questions or comments? I just have a couple for the administration. Probably the Director for Planning is the best person placed for these questions. Was it the case that the council was not informed about the changes in the parking in these decisions?
Thank you for the question, Mr Mayor. The report that went to Council in March 2025 detailed...
Oh, sorry, Director, could you speak into the microphone if that's all right?
Sorry. The report that went to Council in March 2025 detailed the multi-assessment criteria and rested on option 3. And option 3 detailed what the parking would be in the inner core area and the outer core area. There's an attachment to the report, but it's detailed quite clearly in the report what was going to occur.
Thank you. And so in the report, is there a map which lays out which areas and which zones would have had the different parking conditions?
Not sure if it's in the attachment. It just refers to the inner core and outer core. But I think there is a map as an
There's a map
appendix.
attached?
Yeah.
Thank you. And so as far as what notifications occurred in relation to businesses or landowners with the changes, were there any notifications that occurred on the city's website or otherwise, or as part of the budget?
I'll have to take that on notice, Mr Mayor. I'm not sure
Thank you.
what was notified to the businesses.
Yep, that's all right. And just generally on the question, so was the council, in your opinion, informed that the council did know that this change was occurring? At least the officers put forward the information.
The information was put forward in the report.
Thank you. I'll just make a comment on this one. I support the changes, and I'd like to thank Councillor Hutton in particular for the work that he's done in trying to analyse the officer's report and look at a sensible solution to try and manage business activation, and to encourage the council to be flexible. If the council makes the decision, I don't think necessarily at times we should be rigid. On this one here, we need to look always at ways that we can activate our city centre and try and support our local businesses and support our local landowners, especially when one of our core goals is to see more activation of the city centre. So I think it's right that we try to be flexible and understand the concerns of businesses when it's raised. For me, one of the core pieces of information which my mind turns to when I read the report is on page 37, the all-day parking, which is roughly equivalent to 6 bays being used constantly for all-day parking, which seems to suggest that if we change the parking scheme, as Councillor Hutton has suggested, that'll free up around about 1/3 of the parking during the day, which will allow patrons to those businesses to be able to access those businesses more easily, rather than parking around the corner. And I think Councillor Hutton has made an astute observation that if we change the parking scheme on Y Street in this way, that we'll be encouraging people, if they wish to park all day on the streets, a couple of streets down and away from some of the more active businesses. So I think it's right that we're looking at ways to support the business owners. As far as whether the council was informed, as far as I am aware, reading the council report at the time, I believe the council did know that there was going to be a change with the parking zones and did lay out what the parking arrangements in those areas would be. Of course, it's not, these things aren't always perfect, but I think if the council gets something, it makes a decision, and it turns out later that there's more information that we could have made a better decision, I think it's right that we revisit those first decisions, and we acknowledge that sometimes we can always make better decisions than the decisions we've previously made. So I think it's a good step forward, this alternate, and I would go to Councillor Hutton to close.
Yeah, thank you. Obviously, I do thank councillors for their support of this change. Obviously, when we made this decision, there was a lot of information presented to us. You will remember there was, I think, a white paper, and there was a lot of attachments and documentation, so there was a lot of information to get our head around. I think the point that was made by my co-ward councillor, and sorry to paraphrase it, but was that it wasn't made clear to us that there was time restrictions that were actually being removed in front of these particular businesses. So again, that's why I use the terminology unintended consequences. I'm not here to say who was to blame for that, but for me it's all about moving forward, as the Mayor has said, and making the right choices going forward. But the key thing here is flexibility. But obviously I do thank the local business owners for their patience as we have managed to make these changes. I do also note that a number of these units, even though the parking is at a premium, a number of these units are currently vacant. So I do hope we can see those units now be activated due to the increased ability to park there. So again, I support everyone. But yeah, I just stressed there was a lot of information put before us, and it just wasn't clear to us at the time that we were removing these restrictions in this specific area, and also the entire history of it, because I won't go through it now, but there's a lot of history around why there was a time restriction in this area. So yeah, thank you everyone for the support, and looking forward to us continuing to review the needs of parking in the CBD on a regular basis.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. I will go to a vote on the item, if we could have that on the screens. If you could all please vote when you're ready. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried unanimously. That brings us for item 12.10, which is the minutes of the annual general meeting. I have item 12.6, Councillor O'Neill, the electric vehicle charging infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move the item as written.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Count. When you're ready, Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't speak to it as I don't feel I need to. I think everyone's read enough about all this, but I would ask that we could vote the items separately.
Thank you. Councillor Count as the seconder.
This motion is just simply to reiterate the fact that the city is open and willing to work with the state government in regards to EV charging infrastructure. I think it should be clearly supported. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Count. Any further comments or questions? No. In that case, Councillor O'Neill, do you wish to close? No. Thank you. If we could then vote on the screens. Oh, sorry, and do them separately as well, so point 1. Point 1, Councillor Pizzey. Thank you, and the item is carried unanimously. And then moving to point 2. And vote on point 2, please. And Deputy Mayor, we're just voting on point 2 from item 12.6. which is the vehicle charging stations. It's on the screen. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried. Thank you. Before we move on, I have a declaration of interest from Councillor Vinciulo. It's an interest that may affect impartiality. For item 12.10, motion 11, that Councillor Vinciulo is a patron of the North Shore Community Hub. Thank you. Then moving to item 12.10, which is the minutes of the AGM. I have put forward a consolidated, 12.8, sorry, I keep missing items. 12.8, minutes of the regional council meetings. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, happy to move the motion as written.
Councillor Hill's willing to second. Councillor Hutton, when you're ready.
Yeah, thank you. I won't go into detail because I did actually provide an update as at the February meeting, which is the minutes that we're currently discussing here. But I would obviously just say CRC minutes are before us. Obviously, we continue to bring in substantial revenue to the city of Joondalup through the Catalina land sales. One of our big focuses at the moment is obviously bringing the Catalina Regional Council to a completion. We are still on track. We're on track for me to be the last councillor, along with Councillor May, elected to the Catalina Regional Council. We're definitely not aiming to have to elect anyone else. There's obviously been confidential discussions, but around the future and lining up the CEO's contract and providing the right incentives so that the project does close on time. But yeah, the TLDR is money continuing to flow in, wrap-up mechanisms are currently being put in place, and we're on track to close ahead of the next round of local government elections.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Councillor Hill.
Yes, thanks to you, Mr. Mayor. Just very briefly, I do, as previously stated, intend to keep City of Joondalup Council informed regarding the Mindarie Regional Council business. I would say that at the moment there are a number of significant matters before MRC and many of them are confidential, so now is not the time to inform Council, but I look forward to the opportunity in doing so at the earliest opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Any further questions or comments on the item? In that case, Councillor Hutton, do you wish to close?
Nothing to add, thank you.
Thank you. If we could then vote on the item, please. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried unanimously. Thank you. That brings us to item 1210, after a number of attempts. So I have before we move the motion, I have a consolidated motion which I've put together, which includes alternates from a number of elected members. There's a number I've put forward myself, some from the Deputy Mayor, some from Councillor Mercer, who's not with us tonight, who's on a leave of absence. So what we'll be doing is I'll be moving that as a motion. I'll be seeking a seconder for it. But if everyone can have their comments and debate on that motion itself, I'll request someone, and Councillor Hutton has already indicated he'll do this before, the meeting, that if we could have somebody willing to foreshadow the officer's recommendations, and if I could also have someone who's willing to second that foreshadowing. Councillor Hill, thank you. Yep. And so what we'll do is when it comes to the voting on this item, we'll vote on each of these points separately for all of the AGM items. So hopefully that will be in a way tonight that'll be consistent and also be efficient for tonight, rather than if we debate each one individually, we'll be here into the early hours of the morning. So if we do it all as one item, that'll make it simpler. So before we move on, does anyone have any questions on how we'll be dealing with that tonight? It's just on the procedural elements. Councillor Hill.
Yes, just seeking clarification, bearing in mind that this omnibus alternatives was presented mid-afternoon today, and some of us would have been working or having other meetings. Please allow us adequate time for people to consider this rather than being pressed into making quick decisions. Is that possible? Thank you.
Yes, that's entirely possible. Most of the alternates that here were all circulated in the briefing pack. There's only one which wasn't, which is in relation to the massage parlours. The rest are either small textual changes or they were circulated in the briefing pack. So, yeah. Any further questions on the procedures? Councillor Count.
Yeah, just to clarify, we're going to vote on each of the alternates and then vote on the 12.10 as the block.
No, so we don't vote on the whole item as a block. So what we'll do is the whole item will be moved with the alternates that were circulated. And what will happen is when it comes to voting, we'll vote on each of the parts separately. So from 1 through to item 32. Any item that does not get up when we vote for it will then default back to the officer's recommendation, which has been foreshadowed by Councillors Hutton and Hill. And then we'll vote on the officer's recommendation for that item. So for example, if say we got to item 28 and the council was of the mind to vote against that item, so if there was an alternate for item 28, the alternate would first be voted on first. If the alternate was lost, then we'd vote on immediately the officer's recommendation, if that makes sense.
That does. Thanks for clarifying.
Thank you. Any further questions on the procedures before we continue? No, that's straightforward. I'm willing to move the omnibus motion. Could I have a seconder? Seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Thank you. I'd first like to begin by thanking all the residents which came to this year's annual general meeting. It's been quite an extensive meeting which has been heard, being 31 motions which were carried and were considered at the meeting. These meetings are always the opportunity annually for residents to come down and directly ask the council to make a decision and consider something on their behalf. So thank you all of you who are here tonight, and especially those people who might be listening online to the recording. Thank you for coming and wanting to be a part of the local democracy in this area and wanting to help the council shape the future of the district. As far as the motions tonight, I'll first be touching on the ones which I have, which there are alternates for, and going through some of the reasons for the departures from the officer's recommendations, then probably some broad comments on the other motions as well. So firstly, dealing with, get my notes in front of me again. Yep. Firstly, the changes which are being sought to motion 8, which was about refreshments to the AGM. I believe that light refreshments should be served at the AGM. That's consistent, which is what happens in corporate practices when members of the public as shareholders attend corporate AGMs. So if you own shares in a company, you decide to go to an AGM, I think it's reasonable that there are refreshments and an atmosphere is created which is welcoming and inviting for the community. The community are the greatest shareholders which we have for the local government here, so I think it's important that we try and make it a friendly atmosphere for people. Moving then to motion 10, which is about e-ridables in local parks and the frustrations that have been caused. I think it is reasonable for some of the parks in the city which are higher use that there is information that residents are informed of so that they can both educate other residents if there's concerns about e-riders and reckless use of e-riders in local parks, but also then to provide guidance for people that are teenagers and the users of those vehicles. So I think it's important that we try and respond to concerns where appropriate. So I'm putting up that we request the CEO to erect appropriately worded signage as soon as practicable, both in Mirror Park and Sir James Park, McCusker Park in Iluka. In relation to motion 11, I think this is an item which the Deputy Mayor has proposed, so I'll let him speak further at length on this one. But the changes which are being suggested here are something I support. I think that we should be looking at trying to minimise the median. We should be looking at trying to minimise the median from the 8 metres which was originally considered, and consider assessing ways that we can rezone the balance of the road reserve into public open space if possible. So I think it's a sensible outcome, and it's a well-used piece of parkland there. It's zoned as a road reserve, but I think we need to recognise its use and its value to the community and look at ways in which, whenever we engage in road treatments, that those road treatments align with community expectations. In relation to motion 22, I'll be asking you just to say at this time, because that'll be subject to some of the state government, local government reform process, so it's not worth us making a definite decision about how many questions should be asked at council meetings. In relation to motion 27, I'll be asking that we write to the Planning Commission and also advocate through WOLGA for a greater accountability for massage parlours around the state. I think it is reasonable, given that massage parlours are becoming more frequently a vehicle for prostitution, and in some cases illegal prostitution as well, where individuals are even trafficked. There's become more studies which have done recently where, particularly in the US, where massage parlours have become a vehicle for that. There are legitimate massage parlours, but there are also massage parlours which have illegal elements to it and become elements of organised crime. The local government itself doesn't necessarily have powers at this time to enforce or investigate. That's something which is more properly done by the WA Police. But I think we need to be looking at ways to control these uses, given that there is a risk sometimes attached to them. In relation to motion 29, I'll be seeking as well that we write to the Minister for Transport to investigate options for improving the intersection at Ocean Reef Road and Edgewater Drive. It's become a notorious black spot. It's been on the RSC black spot list. I will also deal with some of the other motions which I haven't dealt with in my response to some of the elected members' comments, just because I don't want us to take up too much time on this. But there's other motions which I'll comment on in the response time. Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do you have a slight amendment on 30.4, if I'm able to move, or is that required to be moved later?
You can move it now.
Just to add at this time, in terms of that one, to where it says does not support the provision of a water connection at Lakeview, is to make it does not support at this time.
Thank you. I'm willing to second. Can we just get the wording correct for that? Deputy Mayor, is that acceptable, the location?
Yes, that's it.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak to it?
I do, and I'll speak to everything if you like.
Oh, no, just to the amendment.
Oh, just the amendment is just to note that whilst it's the existing wording is does not support, is to not have that as a permanent arrangement. The reference is in regards to a water connection for a cocky trough. The city has plans to introduce a number of cocky troughs across the city. Should this be an identified location, and I think we need to keep that open and not having to go through a revocation process. So from that is to, there's a list of other locations which are prioritised currently within the budget process. So I think a slight amendment will keep this location open for future consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to echo the comments as the second of the comments from the Deputy Mayor that I think we need to keep the opportunity for supplying this water to the site open. But at the same time, I think given the current budget constraints that we have, it's not something at this time that we can probably consider our water connection to. Although that being said, I think it's worth it, and I will engage with the officers on this one to try and make sure that the delivery of water, which is under the MOU, is consistent and reliable. At the moment, there's been a little bit of inconsistency, which has caused difficulty for the volunteers and being able to scheduling water days. If they have the volunteers come in on, say, Thursdays, but the water is not, hasn't been delivered at that time, there just needs to be, we just need to work towards some consistency. So I support saying at this time, rather than saying that there shouldn't be a water connection at Lakeview Contemplation Garden. Thank you. Any comments on the amendment? No? Councillor Pizzey.
Just a question, if I may, for Amendment 9. Just want to ask...
Sorry. We're dealing with just the amendment to item 30 that the Deputy Mayor has raised.
Okay, and then you're going to...
Yep, then we'll go back to the omnibus motion.
Okay.
Yep, thank you. Any further comments on the amendment? No. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. No. Thank you. In that case, we'll vote on the amendment on the screens. Councillors Chester and Ventura. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried unanimously. Thank you.
If I may, Mr Mayor, I'd like just to propose a minor amendment to motion 8, which would be in relation to the refreshments.
Mm-hmm.
And the motion would be that it, after the word provide, it would be light, then the refreshments comprising tea and coffee only.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Ventura. Councillor Fishwick. Oh, sorry, we'll just wait till we have this.
Oh, thank you, Mr Mayor. Just very briefly, refreshments probably need to be defined because it could be misconstrued as perhaps beers and wine and food. So I think we just need to categorise it that it's just tea and coffee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fishwick. Councillor Ventura.
Nothing more to add, thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Pizzey.
Are we now commenting on the other motions of that?
No, so Councillor Fishwick has moved an amendment just to add a couple of words, and we're dealing with that amendment. When we've dealt with that amendment, then we'll revert again to the omnibus motion.
Okay.
Thank you. Any further comments on the tea and coffee? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I suppose we're getting now, we're at risk of being too specific. So that's my concern with it. So I think refreshments probably covers it, but yeah, then what about someone wants Milo or is the water covered? So I think these stages, just keep it as it was. Thanks.
Thank you. Given that, Councillor Fishwick, would you consider with the concurrence of mover and seconder, would you change it, or do you want to keep your amendment the way that it is?
Just keep it as is. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Any further comments on the refreshments? Councillor Hill.
Yes, so just seeking clarification, if I may, through you, Mr. Mayor. There's been some commentary about potentially elected members serving tea and coffee, which I don't support at all. Is that something that's included in this, or is it an alternative thing that will be voted on tonight? Okay. I want to make sure that we don't land ourselves in that territory. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Textually, there's nothing in either the officer's recommendation, the alternate I've put forward, or this amendment that says that the councillor will be serving tea and coffee, if that's your concern.
Yep, just wish to make it known to my colleagues that I don't think elected members should be serving tea and coffee. We've got staff that can do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Any further comments on the amendment? Just a short one from myself. I think it's important that there is a certain amount of clarity on this. The word refreshments under the elected members entitlement policy, that word is used in relation to the councillors' lounge, where elected members can go back and have refreshments. Refreshments is anything from Baileys, whiskey, beer, wine, other forms of alcohol, which everyone knows my opinion. I don't think the public should be paying for that. And we're seeking a review of that. So I think it's important that the word refreshments is unambiguous in this case. So light refreshments is something I support. Thank you. Any further comments? Councillor Hutton.
I'll just make the point for the purpose of the record. I'm going to support this amendment because it's suggesting we're providing less than was initially suggested. However, I am going to be foreshadowing later that I will not be supporting any form of refreshments, but happy to support this improvement, but will not be supporting any refreshments when the vote comes.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. In that case, we'll move back to the mover. Councillor Fishwick. No. Okay. And can we vote on the amendment, please? Councillor Counton-Vinchulo, you haven't voted. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item carried unanimously. We revert then back to the omnibus motion, to call it that, as amended. Any further comments and questions? Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to speak on all the various items. I'll start with, from my point of view, motion number 11, which refers to the North Shore, the addition of 3 points, 11.4, 11.5 and 11.6. That is to refer the car park budget component of this treatment project back to the budget development process for further consideration. As noted in discussion on this item, the car park is there's not a needs justified at this point in time. So from my point of view, in terms of capital expenditure, that can be pushed back for consideration as to its needs and when and if it be taken further ahead. The other thing is 11.5 is about utilising the space once the road is completed, the upgrade, and looking to recognise that space as open space, public open space. And further item is to have the CEO liaise with the North Shore Community Hub regarding how they plan to utilise their grants that they've received as part of the recent election process, and how they may be providing parking as part of that process. So that's changes as part of that one. In terms of other aspects going through, support the inclusions of at this time on a number of items. It just recognises that we can consider that in the future without having revocation notices in place. Support the refreshments coming through, inclusion of the publishing the full wording of petitions. I do support that additional information being provided, so I think that's important. I do support now the additional clarification on regarding potential issues with massage parlours and trying to get some clarification there and utilising Wagga for that process. The change regarding Ocean Reef and Edgewater under motion 29, I note the Ocean Reef Road has been a point of concern for a number of years, so I'm keen to see that progress and anything that helps in that is welcome as well. So, bring that back. So hopefully the main one around the North Shore car parking, I hope they'll be supported by fellow elected members to have that car park process separated out and considered separately in terms of our availability funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any further questions or comments on the motion? Councillor Hill.
Yes, just seeking clarification, if I may. So I think given the number of alternatives and given that we'll be voting on each of them separately, as I understand, I would just ask that for each alternative, that we see the alternative that's we're voting on the screen at the time that we make that vote. Thank you.
Sure, I can make sure that
and I take it as read that anything that doesn't have an alternative is just the officer's motion, so we don't need to see that. We're already familiar with those. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Hill. Any further questions or comments on the Deputy Mayor? You got your light on. Thank you. Councillor Pizzey, you had questions you wanted to ask on the motion?
Yes.
Yes.
Can I ask a question for the Woodvale Drive motion? And has the city ever discussed with Main Roads for a bus-only right turn onto Woodvale Drive at Trappers Drive and Wanneroo Road? And if not, does the city have an opinion on Main Roads' thoughts would be on a potential outcome of a query of that nature?
Thank you. Acting CEO.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Just for clarity, Councillor Pizzey, I assume you refer to Woodvale Drive and Wanneroo Road, not Trappers Drive and Wanneroo Road in your question.
Yeah, sorry,
Okay.
Either end of Wanneroo Road, having a right turn only for the bus route and no cars able to turn right at Trappers onto Woodvale and Wanneroo Road onto Woodvale.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it is not something that the city has had discussions that I'm aware of with Main Roads WA regarding that specific type of vehicle. It would be very hard to make an assessment of what we think their position would be. That is most probably something that Main Roads would need to model and have a look at themselves in terms of what the opportunities would be and how you would deter other vehicles other than buses to actually turn right at that location. It's not possible for me to comment on what their position might be on that.
Thank you. Councillor Pizzey.
Fair enough, thank you. In regards to the AGM motion 13, the city states that we'll be looking mid-year at the Joondalup precinct structure plan. Will there be an opportunity at the time that is presented to council to make changes to the Joondalup Edge precinct plan as a part of that? And secondly to that, when does the city think they will review this structure plan with council and at what kind of meeting?
Go to the manager for planning or the director, and I'll have a couple of things to add to it. Go to the manager.
Great, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So it's expected that there will be a report coming through Policy Committee to Council in May in relation to the Joondalup Activity Centre Plan review and precinct planning more broadly across the city, and that will set out the scope of the review for the JACP and for any other precinct planning exercise that Council is wanting us to undertake. And so as part of the JACP review, as I mentioned in my response to a couple of the public questions, there are some motions that have come from AGM meetings in relation to excising the Joondalup Edge precinct and having a separate precinct structure plan for that precinct. And so those motions will be considered as part of the review. Reviews of activity centre plans is quite a big process, and so it's something that would probably take around about 18 months, give or take, before we were to be bringing a draft back to council, but as part of that process there would be some form of engagement with the community relevant stakeholders and with elected members along the way.
Councillor Pizzey?
Thanks for that. Just a few comments, if I may.
Sure.
So, yeah, I think we've had discussions about the precinct plans and when they're coming in, and yeah, I'm excited and happy for it to be coming as soon as possible because of the issues that we've had with planning within the city of Joondalup recently. We don't want to see those issues move on to Edgewater area as well. I will be happy to support a safer crossing at Ocean Reef Road, which connects Edgewater and Woodvale, and a better exit for Edgewater onto Ocean Reef Road as well. I think that is an important safety concern for the city to advocate on and look at. In regards to the Woodvale Drive motions, as a city and council, we have worked very hard to get better traffic measures along Woodvale Drive, and I'll be supporting anything that continues that advocacy. And also to the point of massage parlours in all areas of Joondalup. Specifically, there's been issues in mine that I understand the local government has very restricted ability to control that area, but happy to advocate to the state to work better on plans that could restrict those kind of concerns and safety issues for the community. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pizzey. Any further comments on the omnibus motion as amended now? Councillor Hutton?
Yeah, thank you. Obviously, in broad support of the majority of the comments that have been made. Obviously, on motion 8, I've already foreshadowed that if the motion fails, I'll be moving to not support refreshments. I think, for obvious reasons, I don't necessarily think it's a necessary step that needs to be required. I do think, as a city, we're obviously going to be making a lot of tough financial decisions over the coming years, and anything we're doing to add costs, add officer time, add expenses, you know, I really don't think it's adding much except for a cost burden to the city. On motion 10, now I'm very much in support of the intent. Obviously, I'm on the record of having expressed great frustration about the use of e-ridables and the lack of enforcement of the rules. I raised that in council about 2 years ago. Obviously, the state government has now finally started to take action. Again, my concern just with this is that we're obviously selecting some parks to put these signs up in. I could think of 100 more places where these signs could be used. So for me, that's just the tension. Obviously, happy to support it, but I do think we're going to have a think about this because we're obviously opening ourselves up to requests for signage to be put in many more places. And if I take it, that's now the position of the city, that we're happy to install these signs. We're just going to have to manage those requests as they come through. But I say this is a known issue. Obviously, hopefully the authorities crack down on it and continue to do so. But again, that's just my contention there. But yeah, happy to support the changes. And as I say, happy to support what's happening with the massage parlour changes. You know, keen to hear more about, you know, the road reserve changes. But yeah, I know we're making decisions on a lot of things here tonight, but generally in support of the omnibus motion. Do have a few concerns, but I think a few of those concerns can be worked through over the next period, and most of it's obviously been referred to the CEO to make a decision, so I'm sure if the CEO sees any major issues, he'll bring them to our attention. But yes, foreshadowing that I will be moving the alternate on item 8.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Any further comments on? I'll go to any further comments or questions from the council members. I just do have a question for the acting CEO, just a clarification on one of the points that Councillor Hutton's raised. Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and the position that Councillor Hutton has suggested that the city is comfortable with the installation of signage, and that's our new position. The office's recommendation is not to support that alternate, Councillor Hutton. We cited the additional cost, as you've indicated, and where do we stop installing those signs, etc. So, as you've said, we have indicated that we do have a concern with that position as proposed.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions on the alternate? There's only a couple of councillors who haven't spoken. Last chances. Okay, thank you. I'm just going to go to Councillor Hutton and Hill and just confirm that for all of the items where there's been an alternate raise, you're still willing to move and second the officer's recommendations for the minutes. Councillor Hutton, yes?
Yeah, for the matter of the minutes, yeah, happy to do that.
Yep.
But obviously I would like to move the does not support for item 8 first.
Yep.
Before we do that, yeah.
That's correct, we'll do that. Councillor Hill?
Happy to second, thank you.
Thank you. In that case, I will close debate and just make a few just comments and observations to just return to a couple of the motions which I wasn't able to address in my first statement, especially motion 3 about the petition wording. I think it's important that the full petition wording is included in the council agenda. Woodvale Drive, which is motion 9, I've sought a small change to recognise that as part of the capital works process, that the city will be considering safety improvements to the road, which may also then have an additional impact of deterring traffic down Woodvale Drive, and that's something the city and the council will be considering through the capital works program. Moving then on to the JPAC as well, so not the JPAC, the Joondalup Activity Centre Plan, and the concerns with that. I live in Edgewater. I understand the concerns that the Joondalup Activity Plan represents, and of course in the Edge precinct itself. That was why I sought a review of, and this was over a year ago now, I sought a review of all the activity centre plans over, all the precinct structure plans over activity centre plans. And then I think it was last year when there was the AGM, the previous mayor and I, so Albert Jacob, the previous mayor and I, moved a motion to bring forward the activity centre plan review for the Joondalup Activity Centre. So I think it's important that we do respond to concerns from the community, and I think these are legitimate concerns about the type of developments which can be built in these locations. This has been an existing issue, not recent, but for a number of years, ever since the approval of the Joondalup Activity Centre Plan in its current form, which allows unrestricted heights in those locations. So I think it's reasonable for the Activity Centre Plan that we make sure that there are appropriate controls within that. A report is coming to the council through the policy committee at the May meeting. So through that process, when the council does look at the prioritisation of the activity centre plans, part of that I will be looking at when the council determines which activity centre plans will be progressed in which order. I'll also be considering at that time whether excising should occur, or whether there needs to be additional controls, or whether a full review needs to occur before any changes. But I think given that the other report is so close, I think it's a matter that should be dealt with through that at that time. But I do recognise the concerns that are there. And as a resident in Edgewater, it's something that I am cognizant of, and it's a concern I've always had with the Joondalup Activity Centre Plan itself, that it could lead to unintended consequences, given that the permissibility of what can be built under that is so large. But then returning to the broad swathe of the motions themselves, I support many of the officer's recommendations, and of course what's been commented on tonight from a lot of the elected members is the parts of the points of departure. And of course, being 31 motions, it's a considerable lot of work for the officers to get through to prepare this report. So I'd like to thank all the officers and the governance team for the work that's been done for the AGM and presenting this report to the council. So thank you. In that case, we'll move to voting on the different parts. And again, we'll go through this one slowly, and if it's possible, if we can do them one by one on the screen, just so everyone is cognizant of what's being voted on. Thank you. So if we start then with motion 1. Could you please cast your votes? Councillors Coughton, Vincula and Chester. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried. Moving then to motion 2. If we could vote on this item, please.
Sorry, can I seek a clarification?
Yes, Councillor Hill.
I'm just looking at motion number 2 in front of me on the agenda, and there are 5 different parts. And I'm looking at the screen and seeing only 2. So yeah, just want to be sure that we all know what we're voting on and when there are any alternatives, please.
Sure. There was no alternate raised for motion 2. So if you're looking at motion 2, you might be looking at the motion which was moved by electors at the AGM. The motion that's on the screen is the officer's recommendation. So the officer's recommendation, as with motion 1, is that these are items which we dealt with at other reports at tonight's meeting. So that's why there hasn't been that much discussion on it.
Okay, thanks. Just by explanation, I have in front of me an agenda, I have briefing session notes, and I have an email received this afternoon, so it's quite a complicated matter. Thank you.
Sure, that's all right. Thank you. If we could cast our votes on the item, please. Deputy Mayor. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried unanimously. Moving then to motion 3. If we could cast our votes, please. Councillors Hutton and Vincula. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried unanimously. Then point 4. If we vote on point 4, please. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item carried unanimously. Point 5. So motion 5. If you'd all cast your votes, please. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item carried. If we move then to point 6. Councillors Coughton, Vincula. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item carried unanimously. If we move to motion 7. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item carried unanimously. Motion 8. So motion 8 will be first voting on the one to support tea and coffee. Then we will go to the officers. Well, there wasn't an officer's recommendation on this one, so we will go to Councillor Hutton's alternate to not support. If you could please vote on this item as it's on the screen. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item carried. And then to motion 9. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item carried unanimously. Item 10. Councillor Hutton? Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item carried. Motion 11. Councillors Pizzey and Hutton?
Yeah, I'm just reading it still.
That's okay. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item carried. And then to motion 12. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item carried unanimously. Motion 13. Councillor Ventula? Oh, thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item carried unanimously. Motion 14. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item carried unanimously. Motion 15. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item carried unanimously. Motion 16. I declare the voting closed and the item carried unanimously. Motion 17. Councillors Pizzey, thank you. And the item is carried unanimously. Motion 18. Thank you. I declare the voting closed. The item carried unanimously. Item 19. I declare the voting closed and the item carried unanimously. Item 20. Councillor Hutton? You haven't voted. Thank you. I declare the item carried unanimously. Item 21. Thank you. I declare the voting closed. The item carried unanimously. Item 22. Thank you. I declare the item carried unanimously. Item 23. Declare the item carried unanimously. Item 24. Thank you. The item is carried unanimously. Item 25. Thank you. Item 25 is carried unanimously. Item 26. Item 26 is carried unanimously. We then move to item 27. Item 27 is carried unanimously. Item 28. Item 28 is carried unanimously. Item 29. Yep. We can vote on item 29.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, can I just seek clarification on that highlighted point as to who is making that request?
Sorry?
29.3 just
It
says,
should be that council request, the Minister for
it
Council.
kind of is implied council from the first line. I just wanted to make sure that was the intention and not the CEO, so council. Okay, thanks.
Item 29 carries unanimously. Item 30. Thank you. The vote, item 30 is carried unanimously. Item 31. Thank you. Item 31 carries unanimously. And then just 32, noting the minutes. Councillor Chester? Thank you. Item 32 carries unanimously as well. That brings us to the conclusion of the items for the AGM. There's a reason which needs to be provided under Regulation 11A of the Local Government Act for departing from the officer's recommendations. Is the governance team ready for that? Ready to write it? Okay. Thank you. The reason for the departure is to respond to concerns raised by residents and ratepayers at the city's annual general meeting. Is that acceptable? Yep. Thank you. Thank you for everyone's patience. That moves us on to item 1211, which is the electoral reform discussion paper.
Can I just quickly raise something? You just reminded me, when you've raised the reason for deviating, I believe item 12.3 also required the reason for deviating from the officer's recommendation.
I would say the reason that I gave is sufficient for them both.
Yeah, I'm talking about, sorry, not on this motion, but item 12.3.
Item 12. Oh, sorry, I thought you were
to
thinking
do
about
with the
the
review
AGM
of parking
motions.
zones within the CBD. I'm just reflecting now that there was no request for a reason for deviating, so I just want to make sure we add that in.
Would you like to provide one now?
Yes, so the reason is to factor in increasing demand for parking on Wise Street.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. That brings us then to item 1211, which is the electoral reform discussion paper. I have a alternate, which has been, well, a position which has been put forward because the officer's recommendation didn't have one way or another in it. It's up for the council to determine. Could I get a show of hands? I need 5 people to consider the item tonight. Are those willing to consider the item tonight? Sorry, yep, Councillor Count, Councillor O'Neill, the Deputy Mayor, myself, and Councillor Hutton, making 5. That's right, and then if we just move to the alternate. This item, as everyone is aware of, is that the state government has been considering changes to the electoral process in local government. Currently, it is a voluntary election. The minister,
sorry, Mayor, I think we need a seconder.
That's
I'm
correct.
happy to second if...
Yep, Councillor Hutton is the seconder. To return to my comments, yeah, the minister has indicated that she wishes to have reform for local government, and part of that is she is looking at changing from voluntary to compulsory voting for elections. The motion before you says is my position. After this, I believe there's an alternate which is being suggested for an alternate position. My position is that local government elections should be compulsory voting and elections should occur at 4-year intervals, and all the positions should be up for at the same time. I don't think that we should have voluntary voting in local government elections. I think it causes problems all the way through the sector. I think the minister is right to be leaning towards compulsory elections. I think it leads to situations where minority interests can be leading the way in which local governments allocate funds, spend money, The positions the council takes sometimes is to satisfy particular smaller groups in the community. I think it also is part of what has led to, in some cases for local governments around the state, problems which they have with their budgets around financial sustainability, where instead of thinking about the whole, they think of particular special interests first and allocating towards those, and then the remainder of the funds is then used, on the general public as a whole. And I don't think that's how it should be dealt with. I think everyone in the district should be encouraged to vote, and I think the way to do that is compulsory. Compulsory elections in Australia are the commonplace. It's what occurs in state elections. It's what occurs in federal elections. I think it represents the best outcome for the democratic process as well. Having compulsory elections also means that the politics doesn't tend towards extremes and having extremist elements sometimes lobbying particular levels of government. You've seen there was an incident down in I think it was Busselton, or it was down south at least, where there was somebody who had known links to neo-Nazis, then tried to run for government, and he was explicit saying local government elections, people don't really pay attention to who's running. And I think we need to be cautious about some of the extremist elements which can see local government as an easy target given that it is a voluntary election. I think it should move towards compulsory. Compulsory elections in Australia are compulsory attendance. It doesn't mean you actually need to cast a vote for a particular person, and I'm a big believer of that. If you don't believe that there's somebody on the ballot that you support, in some cases, maybe in that case, it's not always the best thing to cast a formal ballot. When I go to the shops, I don't go and buy things I don't want. When I go to vote, I don't vote for people I don't want either. And I think that's quite reasonable. I don't think voluntary voting is the best way to deal with that problem either. Voluntary voting, a lot of people are disengaged, they don't always participate. Just because they don't participate doesn't mean they don't have a strong view. And to say as well, if those people, they don't like any of the candidates, then maybe they just shouldn't vote. I think in those cases, if I was to say the electoral reform should go a step further, that I would say it should be compulsory, and there should be a section on the ballot which says none of the above, that you don't support any of the candidates, and you can send a signal to the system of government and the political class that you don't agree with any of the candidates and what they're running for. I do think that local government is in dire need of electoral reform. I think the minister is right. I think the minister should even go a step further, and this may be controversial to say. I think the minister should take the results of the Walga consultation with a large grain of salt. That in some cases, if it tends towards saying that we should continue with the current status quo of voluntary voting, there are some councils where there's around the state, which looking as an observer, those councils go towards particular interests to elect certain members onto them. And I think compulsory elections sorts that out. And so I think if those councils have people on them who are elected by certain special interests or particular groups, could be larger sporting clubs, could be religious groups, or whatever it is, I think compulsory voting is the best way of sorting that out. Everyone having a vote, and it balances out particular special interests. And as I said, I think the minister should be brave, and I think the minister should go ahead and, regardless of what the consultation from the sector says, that she should impose compulsory voting anyway, given that there's a risk that the sector could be led by protecting special interests or thinking about their electoral fortunes are related to delivering for particular interest groups instead of the whole. So I think she should be brave, and I agree with her direction. Councillor Hutton is the seconder.
Before I actually speak, may I just clarify, the alternate that was circulated had additional points under 4, which was amendments to the report. I'm not sure if you were intending for them to be included here, or if you want me to move those as amendments.
Do you want to move those as amendments?
I'm happy to move those amendments.
Thank you. I'm willing to. Does anyone wish to second? Or hang on a moment. I'll just check with the governance team. When I was provided the motion from the governance team, it did include the point 4, which was the additional 4.1, which was Councillor Hutton's additional point. Do you still have that, or?
There's also 4.2 and 4.3, which I believe were your points.
Yeah, that's correct. There was 4.1, 4.2, 4.3. Yeah. If the manager for governance wants to look at, I think it's the email from the 11th of March at 9:45 that was sent.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. We do have those additional points. Hadn't received a response to their email, so I wasn't sure if they were being put forward tonight.
Okay.
I'm happy to move them as an amendment.
Yep. If we move all of 4.1 to 4.3 as amendments,
Can I ask a question while governance is working this out?
Sure.
Can we vote on each of these separately, please?
Sure. 1 and 3 will have to be put together, though. Sorry, 2 and 3 will have to be done together.
2 and 3, but not 1 and 3.
Yeah, not 1 and 3, 2 and 3.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor, while that issue is being pursued, am I correct in my assumption that the reason why item 1 was not supported previously, 2011, was because it could lead to the situation where we have a completely new council with no experience remaining on the council? That was the argument against it, I believe. Am I correct in that?
Go to...
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, sorry.
I was here in 2011, but I can't remember that specific council meeting and the discussion that might have occurred or the information that was provided within it. So there's only a summary there of the decision that was made at that particular meeting. That may well have been one of the reasons.
Mr. Mayor, then it would be the case, would it not, if we had a full spill, we would could end up with the council with no experience. That is correct, is it not, Director?
Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that is correct, but the Walga paper that accompanies this report does provide a suggestion that for those areas or states that do have full spills or the ability to have full spills, it doesn't happen on very many occurrences.
Councillor Hutton, that's 4.1 to 3. I'm willing to second it if you'd like to speak to the motion.
Yeah, thank you. We'll speak to it. I will also request, unfortunately, that we probably will need to vote on each of these individually as amendments, because I know people have different opinions on the different components. I'll run through them. Obviously, point 1, I think, is the most self-explanatory. This was the one I raised during the agenda, which is effectively moving towards elections every 4 years will decrease the number of general elections we have, but it has the unintended consequences of increasing the number of extraordinary elections, being that any time someone resigns, there'll have to be backfill. At the moment, the backfill provisions are limited to 1 year. I'm not necessarily stipulating what the period should be, but we're effectively just asking the Minister undertake a review, just to review those backfill provisions. And again, this is just to minimise the amount of times and amount of money we have to spend on running extraordinary elections. Obviously, 4.2 is obviously also asking for the elections to happen in person. The way I see it, we're moving away from 2-yearly elections. We're making these more of a large calendar event. We're encouraging people to actually have to vote through compulsory voting. I think it's important that we're as consistent as possible with the standard state and federal election voting procedures. It will maximise the turnout because people will be aware that it's happening, but it will just provide consistency. And I imagine, you'll effectively have a rotation of every 2 years these elections taking place. And yes, there will probably be a slight additional cost. Saying that, postal votes in themselves are expensive, so there's a bit of a trade-off. But across the 4-year cycle, I think we'll actually be saving money. So yeah, that's just for consistency. And then point 3, obviously at the moment you require the candidate profiles. I know there's been a lot of commentary around the fact-checking of profiles. Obviously, we do have the freedom of political expression, which does often make the validity on fact-checking can be a difficult process. However, if we are moving towards a more kind of state government-style elections, you don't have candidate profiles at compulsory federal or state elections. It's the same thing. Your advertising material and your promotion should happen through the candidate campaign. It should be authorised through the usual process. And then you should be ultimately liable for what you say in your bio and profile through that mechanisms. You shouldn't be relying on a third party to communicate your message, whether truthful or not. So yes, I think these are self-explanatory, but I encourage you to support all 3, but happy to leave it up to you. Thank you.
Thank you. As the seconder, I support all 3 options. I'm a little bit concerned about backfilling and whether that's the best way to deal with casual vacancies, but I think it's something the Minister needs to review more broadly. As far as points 2 and 3, I think the sector would be healthier if we normalised the elections to be closer to state and federal elections. State and federal elections don't have candidate profiles and they're conducted in person. In-person elections in some cases can be more effectively run, I think, than a postal election. Postal elections are becoming more expensive with Australia Post and some of the prices that are being charged around that. I think it's important. I think these changes are important. I think the candidate profiles can be used easily to mislead members of the public into what is in them. And people say, well, sure, the Electoral Commission has a capacity to change what's in those profiles, but as soon as the effective nomination is made, then they can't change them. So as soon as it's up on the board, when the public sees it to be able to contest something, the Electoral Commission can't change that nomination anyway. So it's sort of a bit of a circular argument. They've got the powers to change it, but unless the person receiving the nomination knows the nomination's incorrect, there's nothing that can be done to actually change that nomination after the fact. And yeah, I think Joondalup is a good example of candidate profiles that can be problematic. I think everyone is aware of the circumstances around Councillor Jones, not just the behavioural matters that related to the conference, but there were further behavioural findings which were added into the register. Those behavioural findings, which were made under Division 3 of the Code of Conduct, suggested that he had embellished his military record and embellished about his record as how he was a finalist for Local Hero of the Year as part of the Australian of the Year Awards. And there seemed to be a representation that he said that he was a finalist for the Australian of the Year Award itself. That the candidate profiles themselves can be misleading, and the problem is somebody can be elected on something that is misleading, and then that's not necessarily fair as far as elections are concerned. There's been other issues Even recently with local elections, where somebody said that they were a teacher, they weren't actually registered with the Teachers Board, they were actually a swimming teacher. But they saw, you know, again, this sort of ambiguity being used then to lead people to believing something about themselves, which just wasn't the case. So I think the elections need to be normalised. I think they need to return to something that looks similar to the state and federal election process. It's not perfect, state and federal elections, but I think it creates a fairer field for candidates. And at the same time, yeah, I just think there is a great need to normalise things, and I think the minister should be bold and she should go all the way and she should make these changes. And as I said, if an additional change was to be made to the ballots, there should be a none of the above, so you can say you don't agree with any of the candidates. And I think that change would strengthen the political system at state and federal as well. I've heard at the town of Cambridge, when they conducted an in-person election, I think it was slightly cheaper actually than a postal election, although I don't know if that would scale up to somewhere like Joondalup. But I'd be interested in hearing everyone's comments. But yeah, I'm firmly in the camp that things should be normalised. The candidate profiles, in my opinion, need to go. I think it even leads to situations where candidates are unfairly dealt with because you can have one candidate put up a profile and then another person puts up a imitation profile to try and take votes away from the first person. I think that's been an interesting strategy that's occurred in some local governments. So, as I said, I think there's lots of problems, and I think they all need to be dealt with, and I think the minister should consider even the consultation results with a grain of salt, because you know, this is the current system, which is elected members to local governments. You know, do people want it to change or not? I don't know, but I think there has to be a lot of change. I'll finish there. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just really quickly, supportive of 4.1 and 4.3 for the reasons obviously given. However, I will be not supportive of 4.2 at this stage. I think that government elections conducted in person does changes things too drastically at a point where we have previously done postal votes. I'm not convinced on the costings, whether it does become more expensive or cheaper. I'd have to see that when it all comes down. But at this stage, I'm not supportive of 4.2, but 4.1 and 4.3, happy to proceed as the amendment reads.
Councillor Chester?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, my experience over the years with profiles has been the degree of honesty or dishonesty in the wording. I have suggested to various staff of the Electoral Commission when they've been here, why don't we require the candidate to sign a statutory declaration to make it a legal document? And in fact, you can't pretend to be what you're not. I would have thought that was the easiest way to make profiles more meaningful, more accurate. But nothing ever seems to happen in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chester. Councillor Count.
Yes, thank you. I think this is a great idea. It, like you said, normalises it amongst other elections, federal and state. Western Australia and South Australia are the only two states with optional local government voting, and WA is the only one that does the 2-year spell. All the other states do 4 years. So I think that would be great to normalise this amongst the rest of the country. It's a good motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Count. Councillor Hill.
Yes, thank you. My understanding is we're commenting here on the amendment and not on the substantive. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I'll restrict my comments to this amendment. Could I note from the email received earlier today, there's no officer's comment associated with this. Could I just seek if the officers have any comments on this amendment? Thank you.
I'll go to the director, but as far as, because it's a consultation about what the council thinks and the local government thinks, it's really the council's opinion on matters. That's why there was no recommendation for or against. But we'll go to the director for governance.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we only provide officer comment when a motion is actually provided back to us by an elected member. So these were some draft wording that was provided to Councillor Hutton, but we didn't receive a response back. So that's the reason that we didn't provide an officer comment in relation to this. But as the Mayor says, this really is probably more of an issue for the council to consider, and particularly these 3 points, because they're quite significant when it comes to the implications upon the voting outcomes, etc.
Thank you for the response. I think it's a good reminder to elected members to follow due process and get these amendments in on time and follow up accordingly. I would specifically refer to point 4.2 and just ask Director of Governance if he has any comments on the relative cost that might cost the City of Joondalup, whether an election is done by postal means or in person. Is there any estimate of that being done? Thank you.
Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, for the 2025 election, we did seek some information as to whether the WAC could undertake an in-person election, and that would have been significantly cheaper than the postal vote. But that's assuming that 4.2 relates to the WAC undertaking the in-person election. That was less than $300,000. The City of if it was the City of Joondalup to undertake local government elections in person, it's likely to be a lot more expensive due to the fact that we don't have in-house expertise or capacity, and having run in-house elections before, they do take a significant amount of effort, but there are a number of other implications for it. We don't have a lot of the standardised procedures and processes nor the security measures that the WAC has. But if the WAC were to undertake it in person, then it's likely that the cost would be cheaper.
Thank you for the response. I note from the substantive motion that we're being asked to just feedback on a couple of items, and these additional points have been put together as an additional feedback, but ultimately this is advice as a decision of the City of Joondalup Council, and I would much rather have had this discussion in a strategy session so we can have a more detailed discussion on all of these points than we can tonight with the time available. I consider these items to be overreach. They're not requested. I don't think we should be doing them. I will have more to say on the substantive motion when we go back to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chester, I think you might have...
Yes, thank you again, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Look, a further comment on 4.2. We know that the participation rate with postal voting is extremely low.
Councillor Chester,
oh, sorry.
You've already commented on the amendment. You've already commented on the amendment. Sorry, you've already spoken to the amendment. Thank you. Councillor Fishwick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In relation to point 2, I concur with the comments made by Councillor O'Neill in relation to the in-person election. I still believe that we've established a protocol. It's well established now for postal elections, and I think most of our electors across the state are aware of that and would continue. And I also believe that a postal election is a method where enables the person to vote from their home in their own time and get the ballot paper back in. In some regional areas, it's difficult for people to travel some distances to a polling booth to make an in-person election, so that may disenfranchise or make it awkward for some people in remote areas. And I know that they can then apply for a postal vote, so that defeats the purpose, because they then can get a postal vote if they apply to the returning officer, which is in itself a letter to, a letter from, and so forth. So it just extenuates the process a lot longer. In relation to clause 4.3, currently the requirement is to submit a candidate profile when nominating for a council election for a postal vote. And I think that affords the opportunity to people who may not have the resources to fund an election campaign based on flyers going out to every letterbox in their electorate, and also signage and so forth. So there could be some candidates that have exceptional skills that, due to their employment areas, that they may not have the ability to fund a very expensive election campaign. So I think that by having the profile gives them the opportunity to tout their wares to the electorate. And some of those may be exceptional candidates that for means of their family circumstances that cannot commit to a highly funded election campaign. So I think it disenfranchises those people by not being able to submit a profile when they could, in 250 words, whatever it might be, explain their situation and their credentials for running for council. So I'm happy to support point 4.1, but I will not be supporting the amendment for 4.2 or 4.3. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any further comments on the amendment? Councillor Pizzey?
Just quickly, I just want to say that I completely agree with Councillor Fishwick's point of view on 4.2 and 4.3, and request that these be voted on separately as the other complete motion. Thank you.
Sure. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support in terms of the amendment. 4.1, in terms of looking at the backfilling, I think that needs to be an option to save money should someone choose to leave earlier. In terms of 4.2, interesting one. I do support being in person. I think the other challenge that needs to be considered is Australia Post and their future activities. As it is, I think they're currently $1.70 a letter. Their request into the ACCC has it to $1.85 this year, with planned increases to 20 cents a year for the next couple of years. So by 2030 on that, we could be over $2.65, nudging $3 per letter. So there's a potential significant cost impact by mailing everybody. So it could well be a far cheaper option to have in person. So is a concern, and Australia Post talking about reducing their deliveries. They already have. They could reduce them further and charge more for it. So introduces issues around timing to get those votes back in. So I'm on that basis, I'm going to support 4.2. 4.3, sort of on the fence about, but perhaps putting that in will make the Minister for Local Government contemplate if they are to remain in, how they're going to be policed to ensure that profiles put out there are actually factually correct. So these are amendments which are going through to Walga, so for representation. So I'm happy to support the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments before I go to Councillor Hutton? Councillor Hutton to close on the amendment.
Yeah, thank you. Obviously, 4.1 was the amendment I requested at the briefing session, so I'm glad to hear there's broad support for that one, so I won't spend any time on that. Just on 4.2, the reason I support 4.2, 4.3 and this entire motion with the amendments is because as a full suite of transitions, 4-year terms, in person and the like, overall, we're going to be saving money. Based on the current system, we're going to be saving money. So there is effectively the question at the moment of, is it going to cost more? Do we follow the state system? So there was a point at the moment made on 4.2 that our electors at the moment have got used to voting via post. Well, our electors are therefore a quarter of the population. 75% of the electors have got used to not voting at all. So really it's getting those 75% to vote that should be the focus. In terms of the 25% who might prefer postal votes can still be an option. The same way it happens through state and federal election. If you have a reason to receive a postal vote, you should be able to receive it. If a segment of the population is receiving a postal vote and the most are voting in person, over the 4-year cycle, we're still going to be saving money. I actually don't see a situation where this is going to be costing more over the 4-year cycle, and that's an important point. There's also been some commentary raised about regional elections. We're putting forward the City of Joondalup's position on this. Regional local governments will put forward regional local government's position, and the Minister will consider all of those positions and will come up with a proposal. That proposal might see different rules in the metro and different rules in the country. So we just have to deal with that as it comes. Now, I will just make the that's dealing with 4.2. Again, I just don't see it as a cost impediment. I think 25% turnout isn't everyone's happy with the current system. That to me is 75% of people don't vote at all. So how can we get them to vote? And that's by moving towards a state-federal model. In terms of the final point, about the cost impediments, I've generally found the most effective way to campaign and get elected to council is actually through direct voter engagement. It's about going out, pounding the pavements, meeting people, knocking doors, understanding the issues. The community doesn't really have positive response to flyers coming through the mailbox. So just on this point to say that 4.3 allows everyone to have an equal say. Unfortunately, the current system allows those who are willing to stretch the truth to have more of a reflection. This isn't about who can spend the most. This is about who is committed most to the community and who's actually willing to serve. So I don't see 4.3 as a cost impediment, and I think 4.3 is actually the natural step. You don't have candidate profiles when it comes to state and federal elections. Why should you have it here? I do know there will probably be opportunity through the local newspapers, Perth Now and the like, for candidates to submit a bio. That usually happens through the process. So anyway, I think we have to look at this as a whole suite of changes, but as a whole suite of changes, this is about having higher engagement, higher turnout, being as cost efficient as possible, and making sure that the process isn't able to be manipulated by those who want to use the bio mail out to the mass population. And I would also note, if we're moving away from postal votes, you're not necessarily going to have the postal ballot going to everyone, so you're not going to have the bio. So I think as a suite of packages, this is a movement in the right direction.
Thank you. If we can then vote on the parts of the amendments separately, so if we can do 4.1. I declare the voting closed and the item carried. 4.2. .2 is lost. 4.3. Thank you. 4.3 is lost. We then move to the alternate as amended. If we can get that back on the screen. Any comments or questions on the amendment? No, sorry, Councillor Hill.
Yeah, I think you mean on the substantive?
Yeah, sorry, on the
as amended.
substantive, that's correct.
Yeah, thank you. I will comment, and just touching on the subject of saving money, I believe the objective we should have is getting a good quality council, not spending as little money as possible. That would be my priority. As I said before, we've been requested to provide responses to a couple of questions, and I have quite strong views on these things. I'm observing that it's not long since we had the last local government elections, and already we have commissioners in at Netherlands, and we have monitors in at least 4 local governments in WA, even though that system only came into play in January. I would encourage the Minister to actually engage with the commissioners and the monitors to find out what's been going wrong in local governments in WA, which may be attributable in part to the election process. So I think that if changes are made to the election process, without considering those items, it may well solve problems or it may well make them worse. But I think the priority for the Minister should be to understand what's been going wrong in some local governments in WA and whether that's in any way related to the electoral process and whether any amendments to the election process might be warranted to assist in minimising such problems in the future. I feel very strongly I do not wish to see a full-spill 4-year election in the near future. I think that would be rushing the whole thing. So on that basis, there's no time frame stated here, so I'm just going to oppose that point. And with regard to mandatory elections, I don't have particularly strong feelings. I'm all for the best quality outcome, and if more people voting is deemed to give the best answer, then I'm all for it, irrespective of whether that costs a little bit more or a little bit less. So with that in mind, I will not be supporting the full spill in 4 years, but will conditionally support the, we'll support the mandatory voting with some reservation. And noting that this is ultimately going to be declared as a decision of the City of Joondalup Council. So I would rather discuss it at a strategy session rather than do it in a somewhat rushed manner tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Any comments on the motion? Questions? No? Sorry, Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, I think I was speaking as seconder when I moved the amendment, so I'll just make a brief comment,
sure.
If I may. Again, I would just note that the difficulty I've had having these discussions about local government reform and local government is often individuals who have been about in local government for a long time often like the way things are. So that's obviously why, and I appreciate the comments made by my co-ward councillor, Councillor Hill, which is these changes have to all be vested in not self-interest, but in the interest of getting the best outcome for local community members.
Just adverse there, sorry. What was the comment that it's an invested interest by council or community members to have one way or another? Because if you're voting against this, it doesn't mean that you have an invested interest as a councillor.
Can I just make a clarification?
I think it's best if I ask Councillor Hutton to make a personal explanation and then make a determination based on that.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Has there been a point of order?
Well, that's actually why I'm asking Councillor Hutton to make a personal explanation, is Councillor Pizzey's point of order doesn't conform to the meeting procedures at this time. So you have to quote the section of the meeting procedures and then say how in which Councillor Hutton has, breached one of the sections. So because you're raising concerns about things that he has stated, I think the best thing to do is go to Councillor Hutton and ask for a clarification, if you can make a clarification before you continue with your statement.
Yeah, I said I was happy to make a clarification. I haven't actually taken a position on the motion, so I'm not inferring one way or the other that one group isn't putting their self-interest first or the community interest first. I'm just making a general comment that we must put a community interest first over self-interest. I'm not inferring that on anyone. It's just a general comment that I'm pretty sure most councillors would agree with, that we put community before ourselves.
Yeah, I'm willing to take it in that vein. Yeah, that the council must put the community interest first rather than personal interest.
And I'll just continue. I wasn't, before I continue my remarks, I wasn't inferring anything negative on anyone. I was just making a general assumption, and I don't put anyone in this council in that category. I'm just saying I have observed from others not on this council that there does tend to be a self-preservation. And we do see that, when there's discussion of amalgamation on very small councils, there's always this instance of, I'll protect my own position. So I'm just saying in general, just like Councillor Hill and I might disagree on the approach here, we're both coming from it in the same place, which is getting the best outcome for the local community. And for me, when it comes to 4-year terms, I think the local community does just kind of want council to set a clear vision, get on with delivering it. And the problem we have at the moment with the the elections every 2 years, firstly, we get burnout, we don't get as high enough participation. But with the constant sort of toing and froing and change, I think there is kind of the feeling that we're not, moving in one way. So I strongly support this. I know there was some concerns raised by Councillor Chester around the ability of the entire council to be spilled. I think history shows, even in City of Joondalup's example, every election there's the potential for 6 or 7 new people to be elected to this council. It's never actually happened. The most that's ever happened is we had 4 councillors, and that was mostly because of retirements. In the instance where all councillors recontest an election, the most you've ever really seen change over is 1. So I don't really have that fear. But for me, it's just moving towards a more standard, more professional cycle where we get maximum participation, and I think this achieves it. Obviously, compulsory voting isn't something that everyone in the community is necessarily going to get behind. I do wonder how we achieve that without having the option for in-person. I suppose it'll be up to each individual council to make that decision, as opposed to there being a sector-wide position on it. But for me, similar to Councillor Hill, as I said, I want to see the best outcome for the community. It's hard to make the call of how that will be achieved. I agree that that should be the Minister's #1 consideration. But I do think this moves us in that direction. But as I say, I respect everyone's perspective on it. It's a call we need to make. We're never going to get everything right. But I think this is a step in the right direction. So I encourage you all to support the motion as written.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Any further comments or questions? Councillor Fishwick.
Oh, thank you, Mr Mayor. Back when this first came to council, with the previous decision, I supported that we do not support compulsory voting, and that my position still is the same. For the reasons that also along with the full spill is that, as alluded by Councillor Hutton, you could have 4 or 5 new members of council. So there, in a full spill, you could have a new 13 sitting around this table with inexperience and so forth. So I believe that as continuity of that experience extends to half the council retiring every 2 years, I think is a good thing, and that it brings continuity of knowledge, experience, and how we should progress with our budgeting, whether it should be zero-based or whatever it might be, that there is knowledge in the chamber that should remain in the chamber. So I will not be supporting 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fishwick. Does anyone else have a comment or question to make who hasn't spoken? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I support bringing it forward and doing it in 4-year terms altogether. Currently every 2 and every 2 years we go through this caretaker period where major decisions can't get made. So that's a challenge in itself. Reducing that will bring it back to 1 caretaker period every 4 years, making the local government far more effective in performing its role, as has been provided in terms of full spills across and including other states. And I think the outcome was demonstrated that it hasn't impacted to any serious degree. So you don't get that. So I'm happy to proceed down that path. So I'm happy to support all the items as they are. Obviously the amendments didn't go through, but yeah, interested to see how the progresses with the Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Count.
Thank you. I'd just like to reiterate, Councillor Raftis, that full spills rarely result in a full new council. Looking at the other 5 states across the last 2 elections, between 45 and 60% of members were re-elected. So it's a pretty consistent half across the board. This is a good motion otherwise. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further comments? Thank you. In that case, I will close briefly with just a couple of observations. I will deal first with the 4-year spills. I really have no concerns about all the elected members even being removed all at once. If the council has gone substantially in the wrong direction, the public feels that it needs to change dramatically, then that's what the public wants. And that represents what should occur as far as I'm concerned. I think even full removals, if that's the public will, I think that's actually what should occur, rather than leaving half of the people responsible for decisions in places. So I think it should be full spills. We could say it's a remote possibility. In other states, it hasn't really happened. We could talk about other remote possibilities, things that could happen and plan for those, but really the data from other states shows that it's not an issue, and it's also not an issue when there's been dismissals of councils and new councils brought in either. It's all manageable within the system. There's nothing wrong with the council getting a fresh start if it's gone substantially in the wrong direction, in my opinion. I don't think we should have concerns about that. As far as compulsory elections generally, I would say the most important thing in an election is that it is representative, that the council, being the representative body, is representative of the community. And one of the biggest risks of voluntary voting is you see the opinions that are represented by elected bodies moving towards extremes. You can see sometimes these concerns in the United Kingdom, in the United States, where there's voluntary elections and some of the outcomes, and whether the people who are elected to public office, whether they are wholly representative of the community at large. I think there's a lot of concern sometimes around it, and I think the Australian system, where we have had compulsory elections, is the way to go, and I think the Minister is correct in putting forward this discussion. I think she should go a step further and say that this is the direction, regardless of the outcome from the Walga consultation. I think compulsory elections are necessary so that public money and public direction of local governments represents the whole community, not parts. And I would say it's representative of what the community believes as well. There's the Australian Electoral Survey, which is done after every federal election, and it tracks how people feel about compulsory voting. Most people in this country still believe that compulsory voting is what should occur at federal elections. And I would think if you asked the public and you spoke to them about what local government does and the concerns around it, I think many people would feel that yes, compulsory elections is what should occur as well. I think it would also reduce the amount of adverse lobbying sometimes from particular groups who have interests that aren't representative of the whole, but can be interests that represent only a small number of people. And I think it's very important that that changes. And that's been always my approach as the councillor, and now as the mayor as well, is to look at the community as a whole, not looking at it in parts, but looking at the community with all its diversity, all the different opinions and recreations that are out there, and seeing what is the best outcome for the whole. And I know across the state there's people who take the opposite point of view, which is you look after first those people who got you to the position that you're in. But I think the presumption should be is that the council looks at the community as a whole, and I think the minister's on the right direction, and I think, as I said, she should take some of the results of the Walga consultation with a grain of salt. And I'd also like to see breaking down from metro areas compared to regional. I think when the last round of this occurred was that half of the metro local governments actually supported compulsory voting, but the sector as a whole looked like it didn't support compulsory voting, because once it included all the smaller regional local governments, it looked like, oh, most people didn't support it and most local governments didn't. But I think if you ask the average person in the metro area and in Joondalup, yeah, they would support compulsory voting to make sure that the whole community is represented, not just parts. So I'd encourage everyone to support the motion as a whole. And we'll leave it there and we'll go to a vote. If we could vote on item 1, I'll put item 2 and 3 together. Actually, I might need to do item 1 and... Yeah, actually, yep, we'll do item 1. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried. And then moving to point 2 and 3. If you could vote on the screens, please.
So can I clarify, is this 2 and 3?
2 and 3.
Okay.
Councillor Fishwick? Yes.
If 2 is defeated, what happens to 3? Still stands?
If 2 is defeated, 2 and 3 are being put together. Yep. In that case, I declare the voting closed and 2 and 3 carry. Moving then to point 4.
Can we have these voted on separately, please?
4.4 and 4.1.
Yes.
I don't think it's possible to split 4 from 4.1.
It's just if you don't agree with the full submission, but you do agree with the full spill election every 4 years.
We dealt with full spill elections, point 1. So we can't amend the motion to split it from what it is currently.
So can we just remove 4.1 if we've already voted on it?
We haven't voted on 4.1. We voted on point 1 of the motion, which was about supporting full spill elections. That's already passed.
Correct. So you're saying 4.1 we've already voted on?
No. So part 1 of the motion said that the council supports full spill elections every 4 years. So when the council voted for that just previously, that passed. Now we're dealing with 4.1. I can't split 4 from 4.1 because it doesn't. We'd have to actually change the wording, so somebody would have had to foreshadow. Somebody would have had to foreshadow the officer's comments, but we haven't had that occur. So there is no alternate motion. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried. And then just point 5. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried. Thank you. That moves us on to the next item on tonight's agenda, which is item 12:15. So, Deputy Mayor, you have an alternate for this one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to move the alternate. Circulated, please.
Thank you. Could I get a seconder? A seconder for the alternate. Seconded by Councillor Fishwick. Deputy Mayor, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've got this report back on the pre-feasibility study regarding an artificial surf reef off Mullaloo. So I think it provides some indication of the potential there, noting that, one, it's in the ocean, which is outside our jurisdiction, noting back to what was notified previously when this same subject was subject to a petition a few years back. So, as it stands, we've spent 45K on the pre-feasibility. We've spent money prior on this matter. We're now in a situation where it's an area that falls within the state jurisdiction. It's also within a marine park. So, as noted in the report, there's all sorts of issues that need to be contemplated to try and progress this matter. And in all reality, that sits within the state jurisdiction. So, from my point of view, this is to say that they need to now step up, and we don't need to allocate, and we should not allocate any further resources towards the delivery of the artificial surf reef. It's up to the state, and if the federal wish to fund it as well, then they can step up to the mark as well. At this stage, they haven't put anything in, and for us to look at progressing any further study, we're putting everything in the hope that they may step up to the mark later. So from my point of view, if they have any serious interest in it, they will step up to the mark now and progress based on the report that we've got, and we're happy to pass across to the relevant state agency. So I'd ask that fellow members support this. We note that the costing in this report, somewhere between 15 to 24 million with a potential 80% contingency. So we're up around 27, potentially 27 to $43 million to deliver this an artificial surf reef. So funding-wise, I don't want to be chasing funding for it and spending important city resources trying to push this. We've got other priorities that we need to be progressing and advocating for, and from my point of view, once you start advocating for stuff, you start changing the priorities of what you're asking the state and federal government for. So unless we make that decision to reprioritise other advocacy points, I don't want to see us allocate any further resources on this project. And it's even more so, it's outside our jurisdiction. So thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Fishwick is the seconder.
I reserve my right, but I just want to make sure that the alternate isn't fully displayed on the screen. Is that correct?
It is fully displayed on the screen.
Thank you. Still reserve my right, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fishwick. Councillor Vintula.
Thank you. Through you, I'd like to just flag my intent for the foreshadowed alternate motion as circulated to elected members earlier. Look, I appreciate the intent behind Councillor Rafter's alternate, particularly the emphasis of jurisdictional responsibility and the need to prioritise the city's limited resources. They are valid considerations, and I acknowledge the importance of ensuring we remain focused on our key projects and financial commitments. However, I am unable to support the alternate in its current form, specifically the inclusion of a clause that effectively closes the door on any future involvement of advocacy by the city. I believe that approach goes further than necessary, and the risks prematurely ending a project that has demonstrated clear potential community and regional benefits through the pre-feasibility study, with strong support from stakeholders, including Surfing WA and the Mullaloo Board Riders Club. Importantly, there remains an opportunity for the city to advocate for this project and explore external funding pathways without committing any additional city resources of grand scale. The alternate I have foreshadowed is designed to strike a more balanced path. It does not commit the city to any particular funding or operational responsibility, but instead positions us to advocate for state and federal support and to explore opportunities for further investigation through external funding pathways. In doing so, it allows us to respect our resource constraints while still responding constructively to community expectations and keeping the opportunity alive. I sincerely hope that elected members give due consideration to this approach, which I believe represents a practical and responsible middle ground, one that avoids additional burden on the city while ensuring we do not prematurely foreclose on a project with a recognised merit. I hope you can support the foreshadowed alternate.
Thank you, Councillor Vintula. Councillor Pizzi.
Just a governance question before I begin. Am I able to second Councillor Vintula's motion if I speak to this one?
I don't see why not.
Okay, thank you. I have a comment, if I may. I will not be supporting the position of no advocacy. In my view, that approach effectively closes the door on a project that still holds significant potential for our community. Council has already recognised the merit of this concept through previous planning work. To now step back entirely without even advocating for further investigation or external support would be premature and inconsistent with that prior position. Advocating for a surf reef does not commit the city to additional funding at this stage. What it does is ensure the project remains on the radar of state and federal governments where responsibility and funding capacity for coastal infrastructure largely sit. This is about keeping the opportunity alive. A surf reef has the potential to deliver not only recreational benefits but also tourism, local economic activity and coastal management outcomes. Walking away from advocacy removes any realistic pathway for those benefits to be properly explored. I believe it is entirely reasonable for Council to continue to advocate for further environmental assessment, coastal modelling and a detailed business case so that an informed decision can be made if and when external funding becomes available. We should not be shutting the door on opportunities for our community. We should be pursuing them responsibly in partnership with other levels of government and key stakeholders. For those reasons, I will be supporting advocacy for the surf reef and will be supporting Councillor Vintula's foreshadowed motion. If this motion fails, I would encourage other councillors to consider an advocacy position that is not going to affect further funds of the city.
Thank you, Councillor Pissy. Any further comments or questions? Councillor Hill.
Yes, thanks through you, Mr. Mayor. Question, if I may. I'd just like to check with this pre-feasibility report, and if Council Ventura's alternative was to get approved by Council, which directorate would it sit with for this report to be discussed with state and federal governments in terms of seeking progress by those entities? Thank you.
Yep, we'll go to the acting CEO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, at this stage, we have not made a decision to assign it to which directorate to progress that. The works up to now was done by City Projects.
So I didn't catch that end comment.
The works to now was managed by City Projects.
Okay, thank you. I would like just to comment on some of the points raised at the public question time and statement time, just to try and clear up a couple of issues. There was reference to the Charm Up Community Reference Group, of which I'm presiding member, and to the fact that that group has access to the pre-feasibility report for the artificial reef, and also a report which covers options for alternatives for managing coastal erosion going forward. But I think there was a misunderstanding there from a member of the public that the Charm Up Reference Group makes decisions on these matters, but I just wish to clarify that the role of the Charm Up Community Reference Group is to receive, review, comment on these reports, but not to make decisions on them. There's a technical steering group which is far more involved in making decisions and ultimately preparing a Charm Up report, and ultimately there will be decisions of council. So the Charm Up Community Reference Group is not a decision-making body. I just wanted to clear that up because perhaps the member of the public is still in the audience. I just wanted to clear that. Just with regard to Councillor Raftis's alternative and Councillor Ventura's alternative, I'm not supportive of spending more money, but having said that, I am supportive of making sure that the report doesn't just gather dust in some cupboard somewhere. So I do think it's appropriate for the city to make best efforts to get state and federal government to move forward with the project. So that's my position. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Any further comments or questions? Councillor Count.
Thank you. I agree with Councillor Ventura on this one. This alternate addition of point 3 is too definitive in closing the door to further advocacy. The motion as it stands unaltered doesn't commit funds in itself. We know funding this reef ourselves is well beyond our scope, but we can still assist in other non-financial ways. This alternate would prevent that. Thanks.
Thanks. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I seek an amendment, please?
What would you like to amend?
Could I amend the wording from point 3 of Councillor Ventura's alternate as point 4 of this?
We're not dealing with Councillor Ventura's alternate at the moment.
Well, can I amend to a point 4 then that requests the Chief Executive Officer to advocate to state and federal government for consideration of funding to support further detailed investigations, including environmental assessment, coastal modelling and development of comprehensive business case for an artificial surf reef in the Mullaloo coastal area. As point 4.
I don't know if I'm going to actually be allowed to let you do that. Under the meeting procedures, and I'm just trying to get the section here, is that amendments can't be, they need to be additive, but there can't be substantive changes. But at the same time, if it takes away from what the original motion has, it's not something that can be considered as an amendment. Yeah. So the question I guess I'd have for the Deputy Mayor is then, if that point was added about advocacy, does that take away from point 3, which says about no further resources?
I believe it does, but I think it also then reflects on part 2. Or is it seen as an addition to part 2? But yeah, from my point of view, it is further resources.
I think to make a determination on it, I don't think I can allow the amendment at this time. That is a substantive change. And I guess my reference point for this is there has been commentary about this, but to make a ruling on it, to put it bluntly, the officer's comments on Councillor Vinchulos does say it allocates resources. So it would be inconsistent with point 3. It does say something along the lines of it allocates significant resources, significant officer time and resources towards it. So it would be inconsistent with point 3. So I can't allow it. Councillor O'Neill.
Understood. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Any further comments or questions? Councillor Fishwick.
It's just a question. There's been no electoral commitment from any of the government in relation to funding any of this at all. I don't know, but is the administration aware of any electoral commitments?
Go to the acting CEO, but I might make a comment as well. Acting CEO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we are not aware of any current election commitments towards an artificial surf reef.
My further question is that if this goes to the government for seeking funding, normally my understanding is with CSRFF, it's a third or 50-50 with the local government. So my expectation would be if it's 250,000, they might say, here's 100,000, and the city may have to fund the other portion. Would that be a fair statement?
Acting CEO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there are various models that state government departments use. In some instances, there is requirement for a local government co-funding. In some instances, there are projects that are 100% funded externally. So it's a bit of a mix of that.
My concern is that it could actually come back that the state or federal or some funding may come from a government that says here is 100,000 towards the project, and then there's political pressure or pressure from our community to then fund the other $150,000, which we're struggling with our fiscal situation at the moment. So I have concerns that if it's not fully funded by a government, then we could be in a situation where we criticise if we don't balance the other part of that commitment to fund the project. So they're my concerns. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fishwick. Any comments from anyone who has not spoken so far? Councillor Hutton.
Just taking on board everything that's been said, would I be able to request that we vote on point 3 separately?
Sure. Any further comments or questions? Oh, okay. I'm just going to make a couple of comments and then I'll go back to the Deputy Mayor for a closing statement. I guess for me, one of the main considerations around this is the city's budget, is that these activities are not, that Councillor Vinchulo is suggesting, is not without financial impost, and it does have, and in the words of the officers, it is something that is going to be taking up a fair amount of officer time and a fair amount of resources as well. The comments exactly from the officer's recommendation for point 3 and 4, which Councillor Vinchulo was foreshadowing, both points would require significant further officer time, resourcing and coordination efforts to action effectively. I don't think the motion before us is shutting the door on the artificial reef at all. If we were shutting the door, we wouldn't be putting it to the state government. I think, putting it bluntly, the two members of Parliament who say that they support this, this is within their jurisdiction and their responsibility, and if they support it, they need to put up the money for it, as far as I'm concerned. The reef itself, considering the contingencies, which would have to be put aside as well for any project, the reef is valued at $27 to $43 million. And the actual investigations which would need to be done to this as well, if the city was seeking funding to do those themselves, the city does not have the skill sets to do some of those reports. For example, the Ocean Reef Marina, when there was the public environmental review, the extent of the environmental reports which were needed for the benthic studies, the marine studies, there was a reason why the state government took over the project, because they have the Department of Biodiversity, Conservations and Attractions, which actually has a whole area dedicated to those activities. We don't actually have the skills to be managing these sort of investigations or reports. And then as far as the city's budget, which is a valid consideration, as everyone is aware, the budget had a shortfall of $12.8 million. There was a shortfall from when the SFP was discussed, about a $20 million shortfall for assets around the city. We're having trouble at the moment actually renewing the playgrounds around the city, the sporting fields, the buildings. We have $120 million of roads, which, even putting aside our current budget considerations, which is we're trying to freeze our expenditure for 3 years. So those councillors who are moving forward with this need to identify where this other expenditure is going to come from. If we're freezing our expenditure for 3 years, and as the officers say, this is taking up significant resources, where is that money going to come from? It's going to have to actually come from our renewal of assets. We're going to fall behind further. Even if we achieve what we've put in our budget parameters to say that we will freeze our expenses, and then even raising our rates of CPI plus 2%, which is large. Even if we do that, we still have $120 million of roads which are at the end of their life, which are completely unfunded, which we're now trying to look at auditing those roads if we can extend the life of them. We just don't have the money to take the lead on state government responsibilities at this point. If Caitlin Collins, the member for Hillary's, and Tom French, the member for Moore, are keen on this, they have the capacities within their budgets, which are a lot larger than ours, to be able to do this. We don't fund investigations into upgrading state government school gymnasiums or state government properties, even though that might fit within the district. We leave those to the state government to do. And it's in a similar way to this one here, our responsibility really needs to go to the state government and refer, as this says, refer the artificial surfing reef pre-feasibility study to the relevant agencies in collaboration with Surfing WA and in collaboration with the board riders. This is not closing the door. This is saying we work in collaboration with other people. The concern is, as I said, if, given the current financial situations the council finds itself in, that we're actually not even able to resurface the roads which we have that are at the end of their life, and we have $120 million of those, people are having a cost of living crisis at the moment, and then petrol prices are very high at the moment, which is not just put up people's individual cost of living prices, it's actually increased the cost of our roads by 30% as well. So that 120 million is probably closer to 150 now. That's completely unfunded. So we have a lot of concerns that the council has to deal with. And in the current environment, advocating for this as the key priority for the city is, I think, something that is a concern. So I'll be supporting this motion. It's not saying that we're not supporting the board riders and Surfing WA. It says quite clearly in point 2 that we are actually we are referring it to the state government agencies to refer it to them to progress the project. It just means that we can't put money into this at this time, and we can't. Sorry, you can't interrupt the council meeting as it proceeds with the local law. Yeah. Look, there's hard decisions that the council has to make, and they're matters that need to be considered. And as I said, the public at the moment has a lot of pressures on their finances. And I think advocating for this is one of the things for the city. I think it's going to go down problematically in the community, given all the constraints and given people know we can't even fund our roads at the moment. So I'll leave it there. The Deputy Mayor to close, as I said.
I haven't spoken yet.
Afterwards, I'd go to the Deputy Mayor to close, but Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. I'm just seeking one small amendment on point 3 that states at this time.
On point 3?
That's it.
I'm going to have to ask the Deputy Mayor again, is that a substantive change? I've asked the officers and they seem to have the opinion you've already spoken to the motion. Is that correct, Director? Okay, they're not certain. We'll hear the amendment. Councillor Rafter, sorry, Deputy Mayor, how do you, because we go to the mover of the original motion, does it change the motion?
I'm actually happy to support a change to say at this moment. That's on the basis that the state government fully funds it, right? So.
Okay, so we'll hear the amendment at this time at the end of point 3 or after resolves at the end of the wording?
I believe it should be, it could be either, but perhaps at the start or at the end. At the end, happy with that.
And, yep. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Hutton. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, this is just a very simple change there. That it just indicates that at this time, the money is not there. At this time, things are the way that they are. However, what I have just sort of thought about, which is why I've suggested it, is that there's been a bit of discussion about revocation orders and things. So at this time, obviously, it doesn't close the door fully, as time goes on, something might change, and then, you know, we might be able to, and this doesn't say allocate funding, but it doesn't rule out further resources of small scale if council so sees fit later on. That's all this is doing. Just so we just leave the door open just a tiny bit if we can. That's it.
And is the seconder Councillor Hutton? No. Any further comments on the amendment? Thank you. In that case, Councillor O'Neill will go to a vote on the amendment. I declare the voting closed and the item carried. Moving then to the substantive, Deputy Mayor, do you wish to close?
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the comments on this. I'll cover off some of the comments in terms of the proposed alternate should this not get up. I do have concerns there because merely, well, in all reality, to deal with the officer's comment, the significant time and effort that would go into an advocacy and searching out grant funding opportunities. So that we've got to realise that one of our biggest costs is employment costs, and employment costs represent time, the time of our staff. So we're throwing more work at them that has a cost, a value. It's not free. So if they're doing that, they can't be doing something else. And that something else might be other things that we have already identified as priorities. So from my point of view, is not to load up our staff with additional work. There's a state government that's very well equipped and as far as I'm concerned, much more better funded than us. And it's their responsibility to deliver such a project, and it's their area. So I don't want us to be seeking out there funding to support further. That funding to support further indicates you don't have to fund it all. You just have to support it, all right? So from my point of view, let's not have it. Let's not go into them and say, oh, just give us something and we'll progress it. No, they need to step up to the mark, and let's make it clear that we are not allocating resources to this. So let's make it clear to them. They've got an issue. If they come out publicly and support it, great. Step up and fund it and take it from here to delivery. But it's not for us to do it. It's a significant sum of money, significant amount of resources. Let's focus on the important things that we need to focus on, and let's see where we go from there. That's what we need to do. Let's focus on our priorities and our responsibilities. The funds there are frightening in terms of the potential cost of this project, so I don't want us caught up at all in its delivery. Thank you.
Thank you. As requested, we'll put items 1 and 2, then 3 separately. Councillor Chester. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item carried. And then point 3. I declare the voting closed and the item carried. We then move on to the next item on tonight's agenda, which takes us to item 1217, which is an absolute majority decision. I'm willing to move the item as written. Could I have a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Hutton. I don't wish to speak to this item. It's been withdrawn because it requires an absolute majority. Councillor Hutton? No? Any further comments? No, in that case, we'll move to a vote on the item. If we could get a vote on the screen, please. Councillor Pizzey?
Yeah, I was just trying to get to the bottom see the bottom before I voted. I can see that now, thank you.
Thank you. We'll then move to item 13.1.2, which there is an alternate for. Councillor Ventura, yes.
Sorry, did you say there was an alternate here?
Yes, for 13.1.2. Is the alternate on the screen? Yep, I'm willing to move. Could I get a seconder and then I'll walk everyone through it? Seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Thank you. So the alternate, which is before you, came out of the discussion from the policy committee, if people remember, is that the Division 3 complaints, which used to be called Code of Conduct complaints, the process for them has changed. Previously, it was that the CEO would determine those complaints. So if a Division 3 complaint was put in, that an independent investigator would then be employed as a contractor to then make a finding of that complaint. That finding report then would be given to the CEO, and the CEO would then make a determination whether a breach of the Code of Conduct had occurred, and then would determine then the appropriate sanction. Under the new provisions under the Act, what has occurred is that the CEO can no longer perform that function. It says that the council must determine those types of complaints unless, there's a clause in the Code of Conduct itself, unless the council determines that another person should perform that function. Now, under the new Code of Conduct, the CEO and a range of other people are excluded from being able to perform that function. So the discussions which occurred at the policy committee was that the council shouldn't be the ones determining the complaints themselves. There was questions raised around, does that raise problems around bias, impartiality interests, and particularly not just bias if people believed actual bias, but also perceptions of bias, which then causes problems with other legal responsibilities, such as the Dane decision, where councillors may not be able to be in a room if there is an appearance of bias, if there's apprehended bias or actual bias. So at the policy committee, it was determined that the report would go forward as it is, and then at the council meeting, there would be an alternate which would be put up, which is this one, which says that the council wouldn't be the ones determining those complaints. Those complaints would then be determined by an impartial third person. So that's what this policy, that's what this alternate seeks to do. As everyone recommended at the policy committee, that an alternate be sought to have an impartial third person deal with complaints. That's what this motion seeks to do. In the interim, before a suitable third person is found, the council is required to deal with those complaints, because under the changes brought about by the minister, that the new code of conduct with the changes needs to be adopted by the 31st of March. So the council must proceed with the changes of the code of conduct. The only element is just about an impartial third person then being appointed. So if this motion passes, it's going to start the framework to having a third person be able to determine complaints, make the findings and apply sanctions. It wouldn't just go ahead with just a system generally, but a report would be created about options and selection for those independent persons to perform that function. So this very much carries on with what the policy committees, I think it was almost the majority of the policies committee's opinion about how these complaints should be dealt with, but at the same time the policy committee had to progress the report because we were required under the legislation to adopt the changes to the Code of Conduct by the 31st of March. I hope that's clear enough, but if there's questions, we can add to people's clarity. Thank you. Go to the seconder, Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nothing really much to add to this, except that I think it is very important that we do have that unbiased opinion for the judgment on those sorts of things. An independent party, obviously, it makes that possible, and it negates a whole range of other issues that could arise from not having that independent party there. So I encourage everyone to support this alternate, and thank the Mayor for it.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Hill.
Yes, thanks through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm referring to the briefing pack, and there's discussion there about alternate 1 from Kingston, which presumably is this, and an alternate 2 from Councillor Pizzey. So I assume that if Councillor Pizzey has progressed to anything, she'll advise us. I do refer then to the actual alternative that's presented to us, which came by email, I think this afternoon. Again, I don't see an officer's recommendation or an officer's comment, sorry, here, so I'm just like to query whether the officers have any comments on this alternative. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. I will go to Director for Governance, Director Parry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, similar to the response that I gave in relation to no officer comment being provided in relation to an alternate motion from Councillor Hutton. This hadn't been provided. We weren't sure whether this was going to be circulated, so the wording hadn't been confirmed, and that's why there isn't an officer comment that's provided with this particular motion. We haven't thought about an officer comment in relation to this because we weren't sure it was going to be circulated, but this will require an investigation as to the type of independent person that might be appointed to undertake these particular functions. That might be an expression of interest to persons who are qualified in this particular area, similar to that which we did for an independent person on the CEO selection panel. It might be that we approach the what they call, Tony Brown? The inspector's office to see whether we can appoint or engage a mediator, or what do they call it? The monitor, whether that be 1 or 2. So there are a number of options that are available to us to explore, and that also includes the type of remuneration that might be required to ensure that if a person is going to be giving a few hours of their time reading investigators' reports, coming up with agreement on recommendations and ensuring those recommendations are fulfilled might take a little bit of time. So there are a number of things that we need to explore, but if the council doesn't wish to assume the responsibility for looking at these complaints, then this is a viable alternative for the council to look at. And there are advantages to having that independent person assist with these complaints.
Thank you to the Director for his comments. Again, it's just a reminder to elected members, it would be helpful to Council to have your alternatives submitted in due time to enable the officers to provide comments to be considered by councillors before the council meetings. That would be much appreciated going forward. Thank you. Meanwhile, I'll consider this further whilst waiting for the voting screens to appear. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Any further comments or questions on this? Councillor Hutton?
Yeah, I was just going to say, as chair of the policy committee, obviously we did have an in-depth discussion I think under normal circumstances, we would have deferred this item because there was a lot of differences of opinion. We obviously made the decision to progress with the simplest option that was presented before us, but it was foreshadowed that there would be an alternate coming to this meeting. We're obviously under quite a tight time frame. I've obviously now had time to properly consider this, and yes, I'm in support of the wording of the motion at the moment. Obviously, the alternate option presented to us, which seemed like the other most plausible option, was for the council itself to be the one doing these reviews. This proposal effectively is close to the current system as you can get with the new rules and regulations. So that's the way I would say it. We've been forced to update the rules, the way that we deal with complaints, but we're effectively using the new system to effectively get as close to the current system as possible. And that's what this has achieved, and that was what we discussed at the policy committee meeting, and that's obviously why these motions have come through like that. Obviously do note the comments around about getting motions around. There's obviously been a lot on the agenda and a lot of things to work through ahead of this meeting. But yeah, I encourage you all to support this motion. Obviously, if it does fail, I foreshadow the original motion, which was passed at the policy committee, but I will be supporting this as written. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Any further comments or questions? Councillor Hill.
Yes, thanks. A question, if I may, just now I've had an opportunity to read this in detail. I'm just looking at points 4 and 5, which have deleted and 13, whereas section 7 refers to clauses 12 and 13. So I just want to make sure that 13 is supposed to be included in part 7 because it's been deleted from parts 4 and 5. That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the director, but I'm fairly certain I know what the answer to this. Director. Manager for Governance.
Yes, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So that is correct how it's currently worded. So clause 12 in part 4 is about allowing an investigator to carry out an investigation when a complaint is lodged. Clause 13 would be about allowing the independent person to actually make the final decision on once they've received the investigator's report and recommendation.
Thank you. Therefore, for clarity, when point 7 refers to performing the functions of council under clauses 12 and 13, that is correct, even though items 4 and 5 exclude 13 from the functions of this person. Thank you.
Go to the Manager for Governance. If not, I can answer the question, but we'll go to the Manager or the Director.
Sorry, can you please repeat the question, Councillor Hill?
Yeah, I haven't had time to review this. It came in this afternoon, but looking at part 7, where it says to be appointed to perform the functions of the council under clauses 12 and 13 of the Code of Conduct, that's as well a maybe. But if you look at part 4, when it talks about to perform the functions of the council under clause 12, it actually has and 13 is excluded, so it's only clause 12, and then point 5 has the same. So it's just a little bit surprising to me that point 7 reintroduces 13. It might well be correct. I haven't had the time to review it, so that was my question. Thank you.
Go to the Manager.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Apologies if my previous response wasn't clear enough. So I guess the person conducting the investigation in part 4 would be a different person that is the independent person making the final decision, which is referenced in part 7. So that is the distinction there between the inclusion of clause 13 in part 7, but not in part 4.
Thank you for the clarification. A final question just on point 5 on the screen where it says clause 12, it actually says clauses 12, so that's just a quick typo change. Thank you.
Go to the Manager again.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we can make that change.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? Councillor Pizzey.
A question on that line of questioning from Councillor Hill. Why have one independent person make an investigation to have a different independent person make the decision? Will they be interacting with each other, or it doesn't say exactly how that will work?
We go to the manager again.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's very important that you have the investigator and the person who has to receive the investigator's report and recommendation be two different people. So the investigator would undertake the investigation related to the complaint, would ensure that all of the processes of the council were, of the policy and the protocols were followed, and then make a suitable recommendation. The independent person would then be that person who would read that report, receive the recommendations and decide whether to implement those recommendations or question the investigator. So I think it's very important that you separate the two particular roles rather than having the investigator come up with recommendations which there may be some bias that might be involved in it. I know that during one of the investigations that I undertook, I had to question the investigator and their methodology with regard to what they had undertaken. So I think it's very important that those two roles be separated.
Councillor Pizzey.
And can you just describe to me how those two independent roles get allocated or picked? And does council have any say on that?
Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is the purpose of this amendment that is coming through from the Mayor to prepare a report on the approach as to how those independent persons or person might be appointed. So to provide some options to the council would then agree to how it would like to proceed with the appointment of an independent person or persons and any remuneration that might be afforded that person. Sorry, Manager Governance has also got something to add.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So the Director of Governance has answered in relation to the appointment of an independent person. In relation to the appointment of an investigator that would conduct the investigation, that is covered in Part 4 of the recommendation. And so what we've drafted here is that the council would approve the list of contractors under the common use agreement. There's currently, I think, 22 contractors listed. So that's effectively giving approval to the CEO, if this is passed by the council tonight, to choose one of the contractors on that list.
Councillor Pizzey.
And what is the cost difference between council taking on this responsibility and what will be the potential cost of allocating it to independent persons?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is part 8.2 of the alternate recommendation. So those options for remuneration for an independent person would need to be explored and reported back to the council as to whether they would be amenable to those expenses. For the independent person on the CEO selection panel, it was agreed that they be paid a remuneration of $450 per session. So I would imagine that it might be something similar to that. However, it could be based on an hourly rate of their review.
Councillor Pizzey.
Is it more expensive than to do the independent person, or than council already fulfilling that role?
Sorry, Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if the council was to undertake that role, the only cost would be sitting around this council chamber and making that particular decision. So that would be a nominal cost if it was included within the council agenda. It would be the cost associated simply with the time of discussion.
Councillor Pizzey?
That's all, thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? No. In that case, I'll close briefly. I think the Director and Manager has managed to give a reasonable explanation of the policy that's before the Council. At the end of the day, the choice between this, although there's some complexity in all of this, is does the Council want to be determining complaints about the elected members on it, or would we rather that an independent third-party person to do that? I think the Council should go down the route of having an independent third party to do those, to deal with complaints, to make the findings and then apply sanctions. I don't think the Council should. I think it'll be problematic for the Council if people are making determinations about behavioural complaints about each other. I can imagine in some councils it could be the case that, yeah, there could be animosities because people say, oh, well, you upheld a complaint against me, or somebody might feel unfairly that a complaint wasn't upheld, even regardless of what was actually the correct facts at the time. So I think to avoid all of those problems, I think it's best that we have an independent third-party person who writes up and does the investigation, and then another person who makes the findings and applies a sanction. So I think I'd encourage councillors to vote with what's before you. If not, there's the alternate, which has been foreshadowed by Councillor Hutton, to have the council determine these matters, but I wouldn't go down that route. I'd encourage everyone to support this. And there will be a further report which will be considered, which will be who will be these independent persons and how will they be remunerated, and all of those concerns can be addressed at that time. So I'd encourage people to support the motion. If we can go to a vote on the alternate. I declare the voting closed and the item carried. I believe that takes us to the end of the public reports in tonight's agenda. Could I just get a confirmation from governance that that is the case? Yep. Thank you. We'll then move to an exception resolution for tonight. So that will be items 12.1, 12.4, 12.7, 9, 12, 13, 14, 16, 11.1.1, sorry, 13.1.1. I believe that's all of them. Could I get a mover for the exception resolution? Moved to Councillor O'Neill, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Councillor O'Neill, any comments? Deputy Mayor? Any comments? No? Anybody wishing to comment on the... No, in that case, we'll just vote on the exception resolution. Councillors Count and Vinciulo? Oh, sorry, Councillor Count.
Apologies, I was just going to see if I could pull out one of those. Have we missed the boat on that one?
I think we've missed the boat.
Okay.
Now that we've begun voting, I can't.
Apologies.
Yeah. And Councillor Count, you still haven't voted. Thank you. The item has carried. In that case, we then move to a motion to close the meeting to members of the public. I'm willing to move. Could I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Hill. I don't wish to speak to this. Councillor Hill? No? Any comments, questions? No? And if we could vote on the screens. Or do you want, I can do it by show of hands if people want. We'll do it by show of hands. All those in favour of closing the meeting to the public? Councillors Fishwick and O'Neill, I need you to vote on closing the meeting to the public. Yep, thank you. That carries unanimously. Thank you. There isn't anyone who's left in the public gallery, so we don't need to read out the decisions in accordance with clause 5.2 of the Meeting Procedures Local Law. That brings us to item 17, announcements of motions for the next meeting. Does anyone have any motions they wish to give notice of for the April meeting? No. In that case, I then declare the meeting closed at 11:17 p.m. Thank you everyone for attending.